Here.
Here. Here. Here.
Here. Thank you. Next up on the agenda is approval of the meeting agenda for this evening. Are there any suggested additions or modifications to the agenda? Carrie, anything we need to change on the agenda? Okay. So seeing no suggested revisions, I would take a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
And a second? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Meeting agenda is approved. Next up is approval of the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda this evening is the minutes of the regular meeting of the Planning Commission of August 27, 2014. Are there any revisions to those minutes? Commissioner Lee.
I just had a technical question. When we record the people coming before us on community comment, is there ever any listing of the topic of their comment or anything? We list the name and the residents? I was just thinking because some of these items I think are relevant to what we're still discussing. So for those notes, I think both of them were in relation to the tear down permit process, grading and drainage. Yeah. Okay, great.
All right, further comments on the minutes. Commissioner Hobbs.
Just wanted to add my name to the roll call to, again, keep up my 100% attendance record.
Good.
No problem.
Catch. All right, that's a good amendment. Other suggested revisions? All right, seeing none, I'd take a motion to adopt the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. And the consent agenda is approved. Next up is community comment. This is the portion of the meeting where we invite members of the public to comment on items that are not on our agenda this evening. If you have a comment, just come to one of the side microphones and give us your name and address, and we'd ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And if, Ms. Groats, if you have something that you want to show us on the overhead, the center is fine, but we'll need to give you a microphone so that we'll catch what you're saying.
Thank you.
So if you can just give us your name and address and then tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, you bet. Thank you. Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. I'm here to address 2 items tonight, and I want to thank the Planning Commission members for letting me speak tonight. In parts of Edina, when the lots were originally divided, retaining walls were used to create buildable lots with usable area and to control the water. I'd like the Planning Commission to please consider a change to the city's zoning code. For a lot that is to be torn down and where a new house is to be built, if there is an existing retaining wall or walls on the property that are located on or near the property line, the existing wall or walls may not be permanently removed without a variance. If a retaining wall is to be replaced, the new retaining wall shall be of a height to maintain or improve the grade that was previously behind the wall so as not to cause drainage problems for neighboring properties. I have a couple of examples, please. This is the property that is immediately to the east of me. This is scheduled to be torn down and rebuilt. These are some of the property, some of the retaining walls that are on the property line. There are additional ones down here. The homeowner has submitted his plans, and he has told me all of these retaining walls are coming out, and engineering has already approved the drainage plan. I don't know where the water's going except to my yard. So these walls, I think they need to have a variance to have them removed. When these walls were originally put in, there was a purpose for them. Here's the second one. This one happens to be on the other side of my house. I live on the corner. This is on the north side. This drainage plan was just approved. This retaining wall not exact this wall, but a retaining wall has been in this location since 1950 when the lots were divided. The new home, the grade on the side will be elevated approximately 2 feet. This wall is more than 2.5 feet high. This is coming out. So there's going to be 4.5 feet of grade that's to be dealt with here with a narrow swale. And there's only going to be some retaining wall, some egress windows in the front. So there will only be about 7.5 feet in front of those egress windows to deal with all of this drop. Right now, I get absolutely no water from that property. Here's the lip on the top of the property, and the grade is level behind it. Okay, to follow up on that one, thank you. I'd like the Planning Commission members to please consider an amendment to the 1-foot rule to require a variance if the proposed side yard grade of a new house is to be raised more than 1 foot above the existing side yard grade. On this side, oops, I have one sentence, 2 sentences, please. The main floor elevation of a proposed house may be the same as the existing first floor elevation and not require a variance. However, at the same time, the grade on the side of the proposed house may be raised more than 1 foot higher than the existing side grade, causing drainage issues for neighbors. Yet at this time, a variance isn't required for this. So this is going to be a 2-foot grade on this, plus the walls coming out. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for letting me go an extra
Well, thank you,
10
Ms. Groats.
seconds.
It looks like you were reading from some materials. If you wanted to share those with staff, that'd be great for us to
Okay.
have a copy of that. If you don't have a
Okay.
copy that you want to give us tonight, maybe you could send
Maybe I
one
can
along.
drop one off with Jackie.
That'd be terrific.
Thank you. Do you want copies of the pictures also?
I think it would be good.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there any other community comment this evening? Seeing none, I would take a motion to close community comment. Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, so the community comment is closed. Next item on the agenda is public hearings. We have 5 public hearings this evening. Just for those folks who are here, the general process that we will follow in our public hearings is we'll have a presentation from staff, and then will be followed by some questions for staff from the commission, and then we'll ask the applicant to come forward, make a presentation, and then we'll ask some questions of the applicant, and then we'll open the public hearing for comments from the public. And once those comments are completed, we will follow up on any questions or issues that have been raised in the comments, and then we'll close the public hearing. We'll have some deliberation, which may include some additional questions, and then we'll proceed to make a decision. So with that, welcome back, Ms. Acker. Good to
Thank
have
you.
you back.
It's nice to be back. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, the request is for a front yard setback variance for 7100 Trolley for TC Home Builders and property owners John and Karen Williams. The variance is from front yard setback. The required front yard setback is 81.6 feet. The proposed front yard setback is 63.83 feet. The required front yard setback is actually set up or established by the property to the south. So a 17.76-foot front yard setback variance is being requested. Subject property is highlighted on this location map. It is sort of a peninsula-shaped lot that is along Trolley Drive and Down Road. It consists of 47,849 square feet. It's currently vacant, as you can see from the aerial photograph. And you can see that there's a property to the south that has a home on it. That home is setting up the required front yard setback that's along Trolley. This is the home that was torn down on the property that was demolished in 2006. It was very close to the south property line, so spacing between the home to the south and the former home was quite close to that south lot line. There was also a pool in the backyard. The house sat up on the hill. This is the proposed location of the new home, and you can see where the required front yard setback is along the easterly lot line, which is along Trolley, In this area is the garage on the main floor, and then there's living space above. So it does overlap in that area, or what they're proposing would be the overlap beyond the required front yard setback. This shows the survey with the existing contours. The lot does slope up on both sides from both street frontages, and then it comes up to the top of the hill where they will be locating the house. The builder is going to be grading down the hill by about 4 feet, so it'll actually be lower than the former home that was there. Here are some photographs of the site. This is the corner of the intersection of the two streets, and then from some different angles you can see that there's still an old driveway that drives up the hill to where the house had been previously. And then some views of the property from neighboring properties. This little piece of the home is that house that's directly to the south. This is a rendering of the proposed home that they hope to build on the property, which would be 17 feet forward of the property to the south. Here are the various elevations, the front, the rear, the side elevations of the house. This is probably the most telling rendering of the home. The proximity is not correct, so the spacing is not this close, but it's meant to show the differences in elevation. The neighbor to the south, their first floor elevation is much higher than the proposed elevation of the new home. The peak height of the roof is also much higher. So regarding elevation comparisons with the home to the south, the first floor elevation of the proposed home is at 925, which is lower than the original first floor elevation of the home that was removed in 2006. That was at 931.7, so that was about a little bit over 6 feet taller or higher, than the first floor elevation of the proposed home. The first floor elevation of the home to the south is at 933.1, which is over 8 feet higher than the proposed first floor elevation of the proposed home. Now the peak heights, the proposed home has a peak height of 959.63 feet, which is much lower than the peak height of the home to the south, which is the most affected property adjacent to the lot, and they're at 964.8, which was a little over 5 feet higher than the proposed home. Engineering did indicate in comments in a memo that was included in your packet that the downstream public stormwater system capacity is limited, so a more detailed review will be performed at the time of building permit application. The permit application shall provide existing and proposed conditions for volume and flow for engineering review and approval. They did comment, though, that it is helpful to have that house pulled further away from the neighboring properties because it allows more opportunity for proper drainage to flow away from adjacent properties. So staff recommendation is that the variance request be approved based on the following findings: that the proposed location of the house is reasonable. It would be located further away from the side and rear lot lines and further away from neighboring properties. The applicant could locate the home on the lot to meet all setback requirements. However, it would move that home much closer to the adjacent lots and create less of an area for drainage and allow structure area closer to neighbors. The previous home is much closer to that property to the south. This will pull that new home away and further away from the property to the south. The practical difficulty in this instance is the configuration of the lot combined with the large front street setback which is required, which makes the building area closer to adjacent properties. And the proposed home will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The proposed new home will complement the existing neighborhood homes. If you went through the neighborhood, it's quite hilly. The setbacks are actually matching the different topography of each lot and also proximity. There isn't a consistent setback pattern throughout the neighborhood. Approval should be subject to the following conditions: that the site must be developed and maintained in conformance with the following plans: a survey date stamped September 24th, 2014, Building plans date stamped September 24th, 2014, and compliance with the conditions and comments listed in the environmental engineer's memo dated October 1st, 2014, and submission of evidence of watershed review and approval. With that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions from Ms. Zucker? Commissioner Lee.
Chris, the approval is subject to the following conditions: the site plan, survey date stamped September 24th. Which one is that in our packet? Or is it which ones? I guess is it referring to several pages? I see the top.
Everything that we had received is actually date stamped September 24th that came in with the application. So it would be both surveys, and then we also received a stormwater management plan. So they'll all be based on that.
Okay. So I didn't see anywhere where there is an existing survey of the land right now. So there's no home on that property. It's been demoed.
Correct.
The existing survey that's in here was dated, drafted up 2006, but it still shows the house, and there are no contour lines in there. Do we get, is there a requirement to show that? I mean,
yes, they're going to have to show existing and then what they're proposing. That's part of what the engineer's report was indicating. So they need to provide that information.
So is that part of the approval is subject to?
It'd be subject to the engineer's review based on the memo that was attached, that they do require that. And so that's a condition of the approval.
Okay, because one of the things I was having difficulty in determining is whether the contours that are shown on the new, for the new plan, what's been changed. So without having the contours of the lot as it is now, it's hard for me to tell anyways what the change is going to be. I'm making assumption that the house is essentially going to sit on the property in the same fashion that the house did previously.
If on this proposed site plan, it does show that the grade will be lowered by about 4 feet on this proposed site plan from the one that does have the contours on it.
Yeah, all those contours there, those are all new then, I'm thinking.
No.
No?
Well, this is showing sort of the natural lay of the land, and then the contour that's around the house, they've leveled it off, and I certainly welcome the builder to address those issues as well.
Okay, great, thanks.
Commissioner Platter.
Kind of on that same line of the contours, but my understanding is, I believe the watershed district requires them to show the trees on here too. I don't see anything for trees shown on this survey.
No,
I'm
they're not
assuming,
showing the trees.
Yeah, so can we get that, or how would that work? I mean, to the Commissioner Lee's point, that doesn't give us a lot of information as to what's there today versus what's proposed.
You can certainly put a condition on that the survey show the proposed and tree removal and existing.
Because it looked like a lot of trees. I can only assume they're cutting them all down according to this survey. So it's okay.
So are those typically things that we require with this application, or why aren't we seeing those now?
They could definitely show that. Typically, when we have a tear down rebuild, we don't require the tree removal showing. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. If that's something that you wish that they would show on the survey.
I'm just trying to understand what it is we require in terms of an existing condition survey, and then the landscaping or the tree. I mean, what is our practice, or what are the requirements?
For a single-family home, we don't require a landscape plan.
Okay.
We do for commercial, and there are specific requirements for that. I mean, I think we've had conversations over the years about having a tree preservation ordinance, but we don't currently have that in place.
Right, and then how about on the existing condition survey? Is that a requirement of the application?
We haven't required that necessarily for single-family construction?
I believe we require the current survey, but it doesn't list out the detail that's
What's
required.
Right.
Commissioner Lee?
Well, a standard survey would include anything on the property, so it would show contour lines as well as any kind of trees, shrubs, brick walls, retaining walls. That is what a survey is. So if our requirement, city requirement does say you must submit an existing condition survey, those elements are inherently implied, even if you didn't specifically cite them. That is what a survey
It
is.
just says an existing survey of the lot, so it doesn't give the detail of
Do we
what needs
require
to be
it signed
included.
by a surveyor or engineer?
For the grading and drainage plan, yes.
Okay. That might be the issue.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Acker?
Just one comment.
Commissioner Platter?
The grading plan looks like it's signed by a surveyor, not a engineer. So if I'm reading it, it says it's a surveyor, so I thought we required a engineer to sign a grading plan.
Well, that would be required as part of the environmental engineering review, absolutely.
I would strongly suggest that this is all teed up coming into us because I don't get a lot of information off of here to consider the variance, quite frankly.
Yeah, and we talked about this at recent meetings. I know Chris has not been here, so she may have missed that conversation, but I mean, I thought we were getting...
That is the requirement. I don't have the environmental engineer's report in front of me, but we typically don't accept the application unless it's been signed by a licensed engineer on the grading and drainage plan.
Right, because we had one of these a couple of
large
months ago, and
discussion
we
on that a
had a
couple
long
months ago.
discussion about the fact that this was what we were going to...
So I would
I-
guess it's
I guess-
Sunday they are a licensed engineering firm. If those
They
are done on
are
Sunday.
licensed? Yeah, this is signed by, I hereby certify this plan is,
Well, our code requires it's an engineer.
this is a licensed professional engineer
Yeah,
under the laws
okay.
of the state of Minnesota, Brian Murdoch?
This one.
Marstock?
It says on here, at least the one I have, duly registered land surveyor, which
We-
isn't the same as an
Well, this
engineer.
is...
We do have one signed by a registered professional engineer.
But this is the grading plan I'm looking at. So that's not signed by an engineer. The
Well, it's
piece in
storm-
my packet. Proposed site plan, it's got all the grading on there.
So the stormwater and erosion control plan is signed by a licensed engineer, and it's the...
Well, I mean, the grading plan is also supposed to be by an engineer, and a surveyor is a survey. So they survey what's there, not design what is shown here. Or I didn't think they were supposed to. It's not my understanding of it. Correct, and also, when the grading plan is done, that's usually an engineered plan that moves dirt here and there and does other things. Surveyor is, they survey the property and tell you what's there.
Well,
They can still give you contours, though. They can
They
take
can give you
marks and
contours
know.
of what exists.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and that's
but-
what I'm questioning is
They're-
on the existing plan, there is nothing, no contour
Well,
lines.
they're
no-
showing what will be
Right.
also.
but our requirements are for a licensed engineer to sign the stormwater grading plan, right?
Right.
Now, maybe we've got something entitled Stormwater and Erosion Control Plan.
It's not a grading.
I don't see a grading plan in here. So maybe it's just a labeling issue, but we have to... So I guess, the question, Carrie and Chris, is do we have what we're required to have in front of us for this application?
Did Ross make mention of it in it? I believe we did, otherwise we wouldn't
Yeah,
have
we
accepted it.
sent the information to our environmental engineer, and
So I'm assuming he must be
they
treating this.
reviewed it, based on the information that they were given.
So he must be treating the stormwater and erosion control plan as what we refer to as a grading and drainage plan. And that is signed by a licensed professional engineer, satisfies the requirement that be submitted. And it sounds like we've got some ambiguity about whether an existing conditions survey needs to be submitted for a residential application.
That's showing proposed contours, but it's not labeled as that.
Looks like a labeling issue. That's the grading plan as well.
They're showing proposed grades on the stormwater and erosion control plan. So it could be a labeling issue.
All right. All right, let's set that aside for the moment. Further questions for Ms. Acker? All right, thank you, Chris. At this point, we would invite the applicant to come forward and tell us about the project, or the applicant or the applicant's representatives here. So before you get started, you're going to need a microphone if you need. Do you need to use the overhead? Okay, great.
So I think the confusion there is that's.
Why don't you start by introducing yourself?
My name is Tony Ginnakakis of TC Home Builders.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So I'm the one proposing this variance. Spoke with Chris Acker in detail about this, and I think that's a labeling issue, because that's usually what we always work with Sunday engineers. We use our surveyor to propose what we're going to do, and then it goes to Sunday, and Sunday does the erosion control and stormwater management, and they're licensed engineers, and they sign off. And so maybe on that part of it, they signed off incorrectly or stamped it incorrectly. I'll just leave that to the Planning Commission, and I'll just kind of show you what we got. So when we proposed this, we went and actually talked to all the neighbors, and where we would have had to put this, I'm going to open up a survey really quick. Let me just set this down for a second. So to the engineers and Chris's point about less area for water to run off and such, we would actually have to put the home back behind this line. And you would say, well, why do you have to move it further back? Because this contour line, this existing contour line, when we end up at like 928 for our regular existing, the corner of the house would actually end up falling down to 922. So we would end up moving the house back, because this setback would work here, and then the house would fit on the existing grade. Now, if we can do that, but we went and talked to the neighbors about having it here or possibly asking for a variance. So what would end up happening from, if you look at the top view, so I did an aerial. Hold on one second, I'll find it here. So what ends up happening, instead of the home being, as you see it on the survey, right over here, it ends up being.
Why don't you move it, Mr. Giannakakis, move it closer toward us so that we can, there you go.
Okay.
So now it's on the screen.
So what we're trying to do is actually, if you look at this, let me try to get both of these in the picture. we're trying to actually move the house away from this home, away from this home, and away from this home. Now, this neighbor, the Lohans, it would actually move closer to them by almost 17 and some change feet to this house. So we had a meeting before our meeting that we normally would have and got all the letters of support, and I think Chris has copies of those as well, just stating that, you know, this here, where it would normally go, doesn't make any sense. Well, first of all, because what would end up happening, as you look at the house, right now, this is what we're proposing. If we move it back here to higher on the hill, you're going to end up with a house that sits about that high. What's going to happen there? The Faulkners are going to be staring right at the back of this house. We're trying to alleviate that problem, and Mrs. Litton, let me just check. I'm sorry? Littlestrand. Mrs. Littlestrand here would also be affected by the higher house. I don't have that example in front of me, but I can tell you it would be, as you can see me moving the house closer to her house, she would be affected with this height as well. So what we thought, well, why don't we drop the house, move it forward, and the people that would no longer be affected is everybody around here, and the closest person that would be affected would be the Lohans, because the house would actually move closer to them. So we have a letter from the Lohans explaining that this letter is to advise that we fully support the effort of TC Homes to build a proposed new home located at 700 Trey Lee. Moving the home approximately 20 feet easterly closer to Trey Lee will not cause us any concern and will better position the home on the subject lot. And this neighbor is this person here. Mrs. Faulkner and Mr. Faulkner live here. Mrs. Faulkner here is tonight. I believe this is Mr. Johnson. He didn't give us a letter, but doesn't oppose it. Mrs. Littlestrand gave us a letter as well of support, and her letter is right here.
And we've got all those in the packet.
Okay, I'm just.
I get the point you're making. Is you're trying to position it in a way that has less impact on the surrounding
on the surrounding neighbors, correct, and not only that, for drainage and aesthetics. So if we talked to the neighbors and they had some concerns about, you know, all the dead trees and all the overgrowth and stuff, and actually we're going to clean up. I think you saw kind of a rendering of what you would see from the corner of the street, and actually from Trey Lee, you would actually see this section, if you can see it, looking from Trey Lee. So you would be looking from Trey Lee into this area here. So what we're trying to do is make a difficult situation better, but before doing all that, we want to make sure everybody around it was on board. We just don't want a big square box sitting in the corner of the back of the lot where neighbors are going to get upset and look at it, and then we may have a bigger issue with drainage as well, because we don't have the area to actually do that, because we would have to move the house, you know, back towards here.
So with where you're proposing it, where is the drainage going to go?
Well, I didn't bring the Sunday engineering, but I believe Chris has it. It's going to go both ways. So it'll go to, and there's a storm sewer in the corner here and here, I believe, and there's one down in here. And I didn't bring the Sunday engineering, but you should have a copy of it in your packet.
But what you're saying is if you move the house closer to the south, there'll be less room for that to drain in either direction.
Correct, and I believe, I forget the engineering on staff had commented on that as well. Is that correct, Chris? Charlie.
Okay, anything else?
I would hope you could consider our request, and I appreciate your time.
All right, any questions for Mr. Giancakis? Commissioner Lee.
So my difficulty again is trying to determine on your maps, your contours, what's changing as far as the grading.
Okay.
I have a feeling it is a pretty steeply pitched site, but it also looks to me like you're significantly leveling off a greater portion of that property because this is a large house, and you're extending that. I believe it's the 923 contour line, kind of making a moon-shaped crescent in that area. And again, that's fine. I think all the reasons that you gave, and I'm glad to hear that you consulted with the neighbors. That's wonderful. I don't really have any issues with the placement of it. However, in the respect of what's happening with this site, how is it changing physically with the massing, the land mass, I should say? How much dirt are you taking out of there or needing to excavate? And then what starting elevation, finished elevation are you going to be at, which could affect how much water's sheeting down that steep slope?
We have a propose of 925 for the first floor and 923 for the garage. And the proposed is 923. And currently, if you look at the dotted lines, so you'll go up this retaining wall. Currently, it's at 935 up here. And at the very peak on the property line, it's at 938. We're going to maintain this by retaining these walls, because right now it's a huge hill coming down on this. So instead of having this huge hill coming towards, even if we took the house and moved it back to here, we would still have to grade this down to make it work, because we would still be at 928 for a flat surface, and up here we're at 938.
So that's a 10-foot difference.
Right. So
You're 10 feet lower.
Right. So actually, all the water would be draining onto our property. And what we're trying to do is, even though we're dropping the house, to drain it out this way and out that way. And that should show that on the Sunday engineering plan. Thanks, Chris. So they should have showed here. Yeah, because if you see the 923 and then goes to 921 here and then 922 here, you can see the water's going to shed that way. And if arrows are required as well, we can certainly have Sunday add that to the engineering. I'm not sure if Charlie required that or not.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so this is a public hearing, so at this time I would open the public hearing and ask members of the public to come forward with any comments on this application.
Hi, my name is Kate Faulkner, and I own the home to the south of the property, so I'll be the next door neighbor. And thank you very much for having me. I've been on the property with my husband and my family for 26 years. The property currently that they're going to be building on has been empty for over 8 years. And I walk on the property every day, so any questions you have about contouring, I'm happy to answer, because I happen to we clear the area out. We've tried to keep some of the brush back and trim some of the trees and keep it nice. It's kind of been our little park for a while, but we're really happy that the Williams are going to be our new neighbors. But we're really excited about the plan, because the way that it was set up, when we built our home, we had to follow the setback of the old existing house on this property. And so our driveway is quite large at the top of our driveway. And then within a year, that house was taken down. So in the big picture, it really makes a lot of sense to look at each individual property in that neighborhood and build the house on it appropriately, to the topography of the lot. And so I'm very enthused by the fact that this home is moving forward a little bit. We have retaining walls We have a sport court and retaining walls leading up to that. Is it 938, I think was the top. So it'll be nice that they will have then retaining walls coming down, and then we'll work on something green in between the two lots. And we're also talking about having some stairs, so it'll be easy access to in between the two lots as well. So I just wanted to tell you that I'm in support of it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Faulkner. Other comments from members of the public? If you don't have anything to show on the overhead, then one of the two side microphones is best. Yes, perfect.
Yeah, hi. My name is John Williams, and I am the owner of the lot, and hopefully the future owner of the home that's going to be built there sometime. I appreciate you guys taking the time to consider this. We moved here over a year ago from Seattle, and we've taken a year roughly to figure out where in Minnesota and the greater surrounding areas we want to live. And so we're pretty targeted for Edina for a lot of reasons. Our kids are extremely integrated into the area. We're a pretty active family. The additional element on the property for us, I think, provides an opportunity for us to maximize the land and take full advantage of it by also giving us a little bit of a bigger backyard to play catch and do all the other stuff that we'd like to do. So we appreciate you considering that. And this lot in particular, for us, like I said, we looked for some time, and I think it fits not just our current needs, but our future for our kids and our grandkids. And we, as you can see from the support from our neighbors right now, we've got a bright future in the community and getting further integrated into the neighborhood. And I think this is just going to help us along that path. So that was all. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Other comments?
My name is John Crabtree. I live at 54 5408 Oak Lawn Avenue here in Edina. I really wanted to pick up some comments and some questions raised by Commissioner Lee about survey requirements in this city. It was something that I was actually looking at and actually writing an email about this morning. City survey requirements, principally laid out in a document called Site Plan and Survey Requirements, last edition of which was dated January 2012. There, most of the requirements for site surveys of existing conditions are set out. Though they don't actually in any specific detail call out any requirements for existing drainage systems, and neither do they call out any requirements for vegetation. There are also, in a second city document on the demolition permit, there are further requirements regarding grade elevations to be taken and shown in order to obtain a demolition permit. The thing which is then further interesting to me is that, and in the case that we're talking about here, I'm fairly sure that you'd need a Minnehaha Creek Watershed District permit. Their erosion control plan requirements in their document dated 2009 specifically call out requirements to show all existing vegetation. They specifically call out requirements to show all existing drainage systems on a site. I'd further offer one further comment on this. My understanding is that when a surveyor produces a survey, he's required to work to all local codes. The requirement then seems to me that there are requirements for the Minnehaha Watershed District requires on a survey which are not shown on that survey which has been presented before you as part of this application. I think this is a widespread problem in this city, and frankly, I think this project should stop right now until a full, accurate survey which meets all the requirements of all the relevant parties is presented to the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Other comments from members of the public? All right. Seeing none, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, the public hearing portion of this is closed. So bringing the conversation back up to the commission. So one of the issues that's been raised here, both in our discussions with staff as well as with Mr. Crabtree's comments, is whether we have what is required by our code in front of us. I note that the recommendation from staff does condition approval on submission of evidence of watershed approval. But I think the bigger question is whether we have what was required to be submitted. It sounds like we have something that is signed by a professional engineer that deals with stormwater and erosion control. And then there's a question about survey that was submitted and whether the survey had what was necessary. I guess sitting here right now, I don't know the answer to that. Carrie and Chris, I'm looking to you to give me some guidance as to whether we have what we're required to have.
We do have the required grading, drainage, erosion control plan submitted by the licensed engineer. They didn't label it correct. It's just labeled erosion control, but that is the grading plan as well.
All right, and then how about with the survey?
The existing survey, I'm not clear on. I may have to ask Chris, who's a little more familiar with the application.
All right, well, while you're looking at that, comments from the commission, Commissioner Lee.
Well, I think that we're ultimately probably not going to find much to take issue with, but I do feel that we don't have all the sufficient information in front of us to really move forward on it. I think that it would be helpful if the city could come back and confirm that we have an existing conditions plan, and then that should have be a survey done by a licensed surveyor or engineer. It should show all the existing contours, any existing vegetation, the existing drainage patterns, and then I might be able to say, and I think that, again, I think we're going to find it's probably fine, but at least we'd understand what was actually changing here. So I think if there's a process or a time that you could summarize that and come back with those, confirmation that we have that information, then I would be able to, support it. But at this point, I can't.
If the commission's not clear or not comfortable with the materials before you, I would recommend that you continue this, and we can take a look at what our code requires on a survey. If you could let us know some of the specifics that you'd be looking for, in addition to anything in addition.
So I think there's two different questions here. One is what we might like to have and what we think we need to have. And then the other is what is it that our code requires? And all I'm looking for tonight is to make sure that we've got what the code requires in terms of the materials that were submitted. If we want to review that at some point and say, well, you know what, we should get more detailed, then we should change the code so that we're clear with people about what they have to submit when they come in for an application.
The answer to that is it's not a code requirement. It is labeled as a policy information requirements, and for a survey, it's the list of requirements is mostly based on an as-built structure, not a vacant lot. So most of the information that's listed for our policy information that is you need to have the setbacks indicated, the lot coverage, all of those things. It must be to scale, lines showing monument locations, dimensions of the lot, including square footage, north arrow, locations of all existing buildings.
So what you're reading from right now is
our policy requirement for survey.
And so how is that communicated to?
On a building permit. That's what it's attached to, is a building permit application, and that's what is the requirement for survey.
But they came to us for a variance before they would apply for a building permit.
Correct. And that's what we have as an attachment to our variance application for survey requirements, is the policy requirement for survey for building permit
All
application.
right, so that's how we communicate to applicants what we
Correct.
expect them to submit.
Yes.
And so this survey doesn't have what is required. Or does it? And is the existing,
Well, I guess if you want the proposed home removed from, if you need to see the lot without the proposed home,
well, I don't think that's a big deal, but it sounds like there's some concern. I mean, Commissioner Lee can speak for herself, but I think you were expressing concern about not having the contours on the existing, and therefore you couldn't tell if there were changes being made.
Yeah, actually, I think
Well-
this is the drawing. I think, at least the copy I have, the green contours are the new contours. Anything else in the red, the dashed, that's all existing.
correct. The survey that you were given that had the old house on it, that was just the old survey that we had in our building file prior to when it was demolished. And that was from 2006. They didn't provide any contour information at that time. It shows a pool, it shows the outline of the house, that's it. That actually didn't come from the applicant, that came from our building file to give you an idea of where that old house was located. It's what we had. It's no more, no less. So it's not anything that was provided by the applicant. But as far as the information that they did provide, it does show the existing contours of the property and then also what they're proposing to change for the proposed contours. And they have the retaining walls that they're proposing towards the back of the lot, the house location. So I believe they've provided us with the survey or survey information that's what we've always required.
Okay.
Is that a color plan? I
Yes.
guess everything that's in my packet's black and white, so.
This one.
Chris, I had one more question. I know this came up in our drainage workshop, erosion control. Is there some policy that talks about cubic yard of soil removal limits, and does something else kick in if it appears to be more than that? Is there anything the applicant has to do?
Are you referring to a grading permit that's required when it's not part of a building permit? This is part of a building permit, so they've given us the grading and drainage information.
Okay, so do you recall that discussion when we were in there, that he said there was some mark, I can't even remember, was it
The amount of
500,
fill that
300
needs to
cubic
be,
yards or something? That's all, that had to do with not a building permit?
yeah, grading that's not associated with a building. A separate permit is required. If you're moving dirt without a building permit, you'd need just a grading permit.
Okay, and so that never kicks in if it's just a building permit? If you're moving a lot of
Grading
cubic
and
yard-
drainage plan is always required as part of a building permit. It's all reviewed together.
Okay, so I guess I'm still confused, so,
That's what this plan is.
right. I'm just asking the question because it looks like a lot of soil is being moved around. I just wondered, is there one more step that the applicant will have to check or confirm or provide
we should-
confirmation of?
That we should find out the amount of
Yeah,
fill that's being
that you
moved?
verify that and that it's not exceeding that amount and therefore requires an additional check, balance, permit.
Doesn't the watershed district require that? So that's when anything over, I believe, 50 cubic yards, for example, at least, then
Is that the amount?
then that triggers erosion plan, vegetation plan,
Right.
survey plan, all that.
Well, but that's what we've got.
We don't have anything with vegetation here. There's nothing with trees.
Again, that's not typically required as part of a residential review. We do for commercial, but not residential, the
So
landscape.
what we have in front of us tonight is what the applicant
we've
was
always had.
required to submit. And if we want to have a discussion about whether they should be required to submit more, I think that's fine. I think we should do that. But in the interest of getting this application addressed, I mean, it sounds to me like we've got what we require be submitted.
I guess I'm just used to seeing on an existing survey more
Well, but
than.
isn't the existing survey on this? It's
we
the
don't really-
underlying.
Yeah, we don't really have an existing survey.
Well, I
That's
thought the
what's
existing
weird.
survey is what's in red on the Sunday engineering.
That's, yeah, that's what they're, my key, that's what they're citing is existing contours, existing flow. It's difficult to see it, at least for me, it's a little difficult to see it, but that's, I think, what they're trying to depict.
Okay,
For all of us, it's
Okay.
difficult to see.
I guess that makes sense. Okay.
All right, so having addressed the issue that we have what we need, is there discussion on the merits of the application? Commissioner Scheer.
I think it's important to note with this that we are in an area of larger lots, which to me is significant both in terms of drainage and the appearance of things. It's also a rather unusual peninsula-shaped lot, which is, creating some challenges as far as setbacks. I personally, from just an aesthetic standpoint, like the elevation adjustment. I find it very respectful of the neighbors and the streetscape and how the overall neighborhood feel will be post-construction of this particular piece of property. And I really want to commend the proponents for spending the amount of time that it appears they did with neighbors. I really appreciate that kind of a review and the submission of their letters and people coming to make personal comments about their support. While we may have some issues about the particular documents or how they're submitted, it appears to my layman's mind that we may actually see some drainage improvement if we look at the positioning of the property, particularly given the size of the lot. People that are we're going to have a larger expanse to be dealing with a drainage and runoff between these homes, and I find that fairly significant. Given the decision that we have in front of us, everything that is normally required in a submission, I would have demurred to that had we decided we did not. But since we've decided that we do, I'm going to support the request for the variance this evening.
Other comments?
Well, I have to
Commissioner Lee?
say it has been made more clear to me too that that is the extent of what we would expect to see. The city has, clarified that to my satisfaction. So I think I could support this as well.
I would entertain a motion.
I'll move that we approve the request for the variance, subject to the conditions as enumerated in the staff report on our agenda item B14-17.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. The motion passes. Thank you. Next up is a conditional use permit for Chad and Jenny Helmer, 5808 Creek Valley Road in Edina.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, the subject property is at 5808 Creek Valley Road. It is a request for Wooddale Builders and property owners Chad and Jennifer Helmer. It is a conditional use permit request. The subject property is located on the north side of Creek Valley Road. It backs up to a ponding area. This is an aerial photograph of the property showing it is a Rambler with a two-car garage. Backing up to a ponding area, a little closer view of that. This is an existing condition survey showing the existing home location. This is the proposed survey showing a two-story home with an attached three-car garage that is proposed for the site. It does back up to a ponding area. We have a photograph of the existing house, the house directly to the west, and a house directly to the east. This is a conditional use permit request because they are requesting that the first floor elevation be elevated higher than 1 foot above what the code currently allows. They are hoping to accomplish 6 inches above the required 1 foot requirement. The reason why they are requesting this application actually came in from the engineering department. The applicants had been working with 9 Mile Creek Watershed District, and they also were consulting with our engineering department. It's based on the required elevations of the basement because of the flood elevations for both FEMA and 9 Mile. The existing basement elevation of the home is at 853.2. The proposed basement elevation is at 853.7, so it's 0.5 feet higher than the existing basement elevation. The FEMA flood protection elevation is at 850.6 plus the 1 foot of freeboard, which would require a minimum basement elevation of 851.6. So the proposed basement elevation is above the FEMA floodplain elevation, which is the requirement that Edina has in our floodplain ordinance. Now, the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District has a different standard. They have a minimum basement elevation requirement for that particular property of 852.7, and they have a 2 foot freeboard requirement, which would place the required basement elevation at 854.7, which is considerably higher than the FEMA floodplain elevation. There's a 2 foot difference between the two, plus there's an additional 1 foot of freeboard that's required by 9 Mile. The 9 Mile Creek Watershed District will use their most conservative approach when possible. The builders indicated that 9 Mile Creek has approved a variance to build the basement at the proposed 853.7 elevation, which is 1 foot below what 9 Mile Creek's requirement is. And I did include this evening a copy of a letter that was received by the applicant for 5808 Creek Valley Road from 9 Mile Creek, approving that new basement elevation at their request. So the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District has approved this, has reviewed it. They have allowed or have approved a variance at the elevation that's being requested for the basement currently. Now, the first floor elevation then, if you're going to lift up the basement, you're going to naturally then probably have to lift the first floor elevation up. We do allow a first floor elevation to be 1 foot above what's there right now. However, the property owners would like to elevate it another additional 6 inches. The existing first floor elevation is at 861.8. The proposed first floor elevation would be at 863.3. So the new first floor elevation would be 1.5 feet higher than the existing, or 0.5 feet higher than the allowed per code. This would result in a new basement ceiling height at about 8 feet, which is not untypical for new construction. Most people, I would say, want 9 or 10 foot ceilings in their basement. So an 8 foot ceiling height is what they are requesting for the project. This slide shows you the home in context on the upper line with the homes on either side. They're all currently Ramblers. It's showing the proper grade that's there right now. The second line shows the new 2-story home with the 3-car garage in context with the homes on either side. What you should know is that it does meet all of the other code requirements in terms of height, setback, coverage. The only deviation is the 6-inch increase in the first floor elevation, which they are requesting the conditional use permit to accomplish. These are the elevations of the home, the fronts, the side, and the rear. The new basement floor plan, first floor plan, second floor plan of the house. And then this is the cross section showing you the basement floor height or ceiling heights from the new basement floor, which would be about a little over 8 feet for the ceiling heights in the basement. The engineering department, along with the watershed district, because they have approved a variance for the project, and you've been given the hydrology summary and stormwater management plan for the project that's been signed by Headland Engineering, who are licensed professional engineers, and you've been given all of the stormwater management information along with that. The environmental engineer has reviewed the application and submitted comments, which are in the memo that are attached to the report. The engineer is satisfied with the submission and also stated that in the memo that the plans as submitted provide more than adequate solutions for the needs of the site. So this is one example of what Charlie had told me, is that this is a good plan. It's a very good plan. It's one of the better ones he's seen. Regarding primary issues and staff recommendations, staff believes the proposal is reasonable for 4 reasons. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 single dwelling unit district and complies with all the standards with the exception of the first floor elevation. Actually, on the chart that I show you on page 4, the compliance table, the building height, city standard for that particular lot would be 37.4 feet. I have it indicated that it's 35.1 feet. It's actually 34. I was looking at their survey. They're increasing the grade along the front of the house by a foot, so I added a foot to their height. But when I look at the building plans, they're actually measuring from existing grade. So the overall height is measured properly. According to the code, it's from average existing grade to the top of the ridge, and they're indicating it's just slightly over 34 feet, whereas the standard is at 37.4. The home
So
is
just to be clear on that, Chris, so in the chart, that should be 34?
34, not 35. It's 1 foot lower.
Well, in the chart, it says 37.6.
That's the city standard. That's what they could go up to. They could be 37.4 feet high, and they are at 34. It should be 34.
Instead of 35.1, it should be 34.
Correct.
All right,
because
thank you.
on their survey, they're showing an increased elevation in the grade of 1 foot. So, but on their building plans, they have measured it from existing grade. So it is actually at 34 feet.
Okay, thank you.
The home is appropriate in size and scale for the lot, and the improvements will enhance the property. It'll bring up the basement elevation to a proper level that 9 Mile Creek Watershed District has approved. The applicant is seeking to accomplish ceiling heights of approximately 8 feet in the basement, which is reasonable given new construction. Typically, we see higher ceiling heights in basements than 8 feet. The proposed home will comply with the FEMA flood protection elevations for the lowest floor, and according to the builder, has satisfied the 9 Mile Creek Watershed lowest floor elevation requirements. Staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit as requested, subject to the following findings, which are the findings required for a conditional use permit: that the proposal does not have an undue adverse impact on governmental facilities, utilities, services, or existing or proposed improvements. The proposal will generate traffic within the capacity of the street serving the property. The proposal does not have an undue adverse impact on public health, safety, or welfare. The proposal will not impede the normal and orderly development and improvement of other property in the vicinity. The proposal conforms to the applicable restrictions and special conditions of the district in which it is located as imposed by the section. The proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and engineering staff finds that the proposed grading plans would not negatively impact the adjacent homes. Approval should be subject to the following conditions: that the site must be developed and maintained in conformance with the following plans. The survey date stamped September 23, 2014. Building plans and elevations date stamped September 23, 2014. Compliance with the conditions or any comments listed in the environmental engineer's memo dated October 1st, 2014. And then the third condition was submission of 9 Mile Creek Watershed District approval prior to building permit issuance. They have issued a variance, so they have reviewed it, and you have a copy of that letter. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions? I'll ask one. Why is there a difference between FEMA's standard and 9 Mile Creek standard?
They have the most conservative approach currently.
Who does?
9 Mile Creek has a more conservative approach. They are actually basing their flood information much more locally, They do a storm water management plan that is extremely local. It's almost down to the zip code, whereas the FEMA floodplain is a more regional look at the system, so there is a difference.
Does Minnehaha Creek do similar?
Minnehaha Creek they actually are closer to the FEMA. The maps and the FEMA maps are going to change, and as far as I know, and they could change again before they've been adopted, but the 9 Mile Creek information is more conservative in some instances than the FEMA, and probably for what is going to be adopted in the future.
So, and do they have the same freeboard recommendation or requirement, both FEMA and 9 Mile?
FEMA has 1 foot, 9 Mile has 2.
So 9 Mile generally is pegging the floodplain at a higher elevation and also requiring a greater freeboard.
In certain places, yes, they can be.
Certainly in this particular instance. Okay.
Yes. They're using the Atlas 14, and don't ask me much about that because I don't know that much about it.
I have it at my bedside.
Far more localized look at, if we had one of our environmental engineers here, I'm sure they'd be happy to tell you all about it. My understanding, it's a very localized look at flooding, and it also takes into account storm patterns and more recent storm patterns, the amount of rain that's.
Okay. All right.
It's a more recent and localized look.
Commissioner Scherer.
Just to sort of summarize all that and make sure that I'm tracking. The proposal as cited meets the FEMA 851.6 requirement, and it has received a variance from the 9 Mile Board?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Chris? Thank you. Is the applicant present? Come on up. If you have something to show us, do the center. Otherwise, the side microphones are better.
Good evening. My name is Steve Schwieters. I'm from Wooddale Builders, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Mr. Schwieters?
Well,
Commissioner Lee.
I'm guessing you had a lot to do with the submission, so I first of all want to compliment you on the side-by-side elevation of including the neighbors' homes. I think that's really helpful, especially as you know we're under a lot of pressure as a planning commission when a home is torn down. What that actually means. We tend to see the home in isolation, and kind of have to use our imagination as far as or photographs and piece it together. So that was very, very helpful. I do realize that we're probably altering the vocabulary of that area. It's primarily, as most of Edina, 1 story. So this is now going to be essentially a 2-story structure. Is that correct? So two full stories where the typical housing type is 1-story rambler type structures.
In this area, it is, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that was my only comment.
But if you look carefully at the architecture, we did bring the second floor lines down. You know, it isn't just a full 2-story. If you look at the front lines of the dormers, you might say it looks like it's bringing the roof lines way down.
You know, since we're getting into aesthetics, I think that it's a very nice design, aesthetically very, very pleasing. One thing I did realize is that because it is 2 stories and the surrounding structures at this point in time are still single stories, that maybe a little more attention to the side elevations. I realize that as is typical, most of the finish work goes on the front of the house. That's always been kind of the standard. And then the back 3 sides sometimes are a little more downplayed a bit. But I also realize that in this case, they're going to be quite visible. So perhaps maybe the west elevation, looking at the window placement on that, if there are any options for that, most times houses are slapped side by side, so you don't really get the opportunity to see that much, but it's a beautiful home. So that was my only sort of personal bias, was like somehow that could be approached maybe just with a little more attention, the side elevations. But otherwise, I think it is a beautiful treatment and very nice overall proportions.
Obviously, we can add windows wherever. Keeping in mind, we did not do the finished, showing the lap siding on the back three sides, but it is showing all the window wraps, the freeze boards or whatever, dressing, window dressing you might call it. But again, yes, some, things can be added. Everyone has a budget though, to
Right.
some degree, but can be added, yeah.
Other questions for Mr. Schwieters? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing, and so at this time I will open the meeting to the public and ask for members of the public who have comments on this to come forward and give us your name and address and share your comment. All right. Don't everybody rush up at once. All right. Seeing no public comments on this application, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, so the public hearing is closed. We'll bring the discussion back to the commission. Comments? Commissioner Scheer.
I concur with Commissioner Lee's comments. I think that while it will represent a change in this neighborhood, which was probably all developed at exactly the same time, it's an attractive project. And I do respect the fact that we're going with 8-foot basement ceiling height, which is certainly not excessive, in relation to the current market, and is keeping the overall project down. I think that's really helpful in terms of how it's going to feel in the neighborhood, even though it'll be a change for the neighborhood. So I support the project.
Yeah, I would echo the comments about it was very nice to have the side-by-side so we can really see what the comparison is, and while there is going to be some change in the character by having a second story, I appreciate us being able to see how that compares side to side. I would just add to the other comments as well that, I think you did your best to try to minimize the amount that you had to bring it up. You got to get it out of the water, and only coming up an extra half foot certainly seems reasonable to me under the circumstances. Any other comments or questions? I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Scheer.
I move approval, subject to the conditions as outlined in the staff report of our agenda item 2014.014, 5808 Creek Valley Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The motion passes. Thank you for your patience. Next item on the agenda is final rezoning and final development plan, Beacon Interfaith Housing, 3330 West 66th Street, Edina. Oops.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. This is a site you're familiar with as we've been through sketch plan review and preliminary rezoning and a comprehensive plan change. It's the TCF Bank site as it exists today on 66th Street, just north of Southdale, the intersection of Berry Road, the northeast corner. Site's currently zoned POD1 office. Preliminary rezoning has been approved to PUD, planned unit development. This is a site that is guided regional medical. Look at the existing aerial. Site's located on an arterial roadway. And as the well, most of the commission recalls, the applicant's proposing to remodel the existing TCF bank building and build an addition to it to build 39 units for young adults who've experienced homelessness. The size of the units are between 320, 450 square feet each. Just a quick look at the renderings. The plans that are before the Planning Commission haven't changed at all from the preliminary plans that were reviewed, both in terms of the building and the site plan. So they're exactly the same. And I'll let the applicant walk through that, and they've got their materials board here to show you as well. But it would be a brick building, the addition to match the existing. A look at the site plan. There are 19 surface stalls with proof of parking, as you recall, that we looked at, up to 37. A traffic and parking study was done, and they've determined the demand that's anticipated is for about 12 stalls here. And the traffic study also revealed that this project would generate less traffic than the existing bank. Currently, there's about 45 trips in the AM, 89 in the PM, and it would be reduced down to 20 and 24 for the proposed use. So this is a two-step development review process. That first step was approved. The comprehensive guide plan amendment was approved to allow affordable housing with supportive services to assist residents with maintaining stability in housing and employment, in addition to the senior housing that had been allowed within the regional medical district. Now, that comprehensive plan amendment is still subject to Met Council review and approval. The 60-day period where we have to notify adjacent cities of that comp plan amendment, and they have 60 days to provide comment. That 60 days expired about a week ago, so we're now ready to submit to the Met Council for their approval. So any approvals on the zoning it's contingent upon that Met Council review and approval of the guide plan amendment. A preliminary rezoning from the POD1 office to PUD was also approved. So the second step that's before the Planning Commission is the final rezoning to PUD, the final development plan, and making a recommendation on the ordinance amendment that would create that PUD zoning district. So the primary issue is the proposed rezoning to PUD appropriate for the site. And as with the preliminary approval, staff believes that it is. This would provide 39 units of affordable housing that would help us achieve our goals with the Met Council, providing affordable housing in the city. That is one of the main goals of the PUD. The sustainable design, they're pledging 15% energy savings over and above the state energy code. Impervious surface improvement, almost 7% more pervious surface for the site. And again, the reduction in traffic compared to the existing use. In terms of landscaping, based on the perimeter of the site, 21 overstory trees are required. There are 24 proposed here, and there's a series of understory shrubs as well. In terms of signage, written into the PUD ordinance would be signage that would allow signage typical of a multifamily district, which is actually a smaller size sign than would be allowed in the office district. It would be a 6-foot tall sign and 12 square feet in area. Bike racks are provided at the front entrance, and there's indoor facilities as well for the bikes, again, consistent with the preliminary approval. The PUD itself ensures that this is the project that has to occur within that site. Again, it provides the city the assurance that this is the project. So some of the elements of the PUD ordinance, again, the principal uses that would be allowed would be similar with the POD1 district as it exists today. And in addition, the affordable housing with supportive services to assist residents with maintaining stability in housing and employment, as proposed here this evening. So this is the language that's on the screen that's part of that PUD ordinance. The building setbacks, the building height, again, all that gets tied into the zoning ordinance. I have made one addition to the ordinance, then I handed it out before you this evening, and that's the information that's underlined on the screen here. the ordinance that was sent out just provided the parking for this project. We wanted to have within the ordinance the office parking requirement, so just wanted to make that clear. Also, in regard to the signage, as I mentioned, any signage would have to meet the standards of our multifamily residential zoning district in regards to signage. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the final rezoning, subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in the staff report, and also that you make a recommendation to forward the ordinance to the City Council that would create the PUD 7 zoning district for this site. With that, I can stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Kerry. Questions for Mr. Teague? Just noting that in addition to the final rezoning and the zoning amendment, it's also a final development plan review.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Shearer.
Carrie, you really covered this, but I just want to, given that some of the letters, material, and other information we've received regarding this particular item, I just want to restate and make sure that we're all clear that our understanding is that our recommendation can proceed, and then it goes to the Met Council, who will opine.
In terms of the comprehensive plan amendment,
right?
Correct.
That the order of things is just fine with
it is
our approval subsequently going to the Met Council.
Yeah, this is typical with the comprehensive plan amendment, similar to other projects.
It's how we have done it in the past.
It
correct?
is exactly how we've done it.
All
Similar
right.
to most recent the Lennar project that had some comp plan amendments.
I just wanted to make that clear for anybody listening and who
Thank
had an
you.
opinion about that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Teague? All right, thank you, Kerry. Is the applicant present? Come on up. So you'll need that microphone. Very good.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners.
Can you just introduce yourself? Welcome.
Thank you. I'd just like to quickly go through some of the things that we've seen before and maybe remind some of you what we've done. Obviously, this shows the site plan, which I think Carrie had discussed, covered very well. I want to remind you of some of the things we've done as far as the site plan. Originally, there was talk about a wall separating the street from the south side of the existing building portion, and we have taken that down and made a more direct connection to the street, to 66th Street. Also want to point out that the bus shelter, we've made improvements to that, added landscaping around that, and also we have incorporated, as Carrie said, bike storage, and also we have a covered trash enclosure, which is on the northeast corner of the building. Again, as he suggested, we have 19 parking stalls as existing, with a basketball court area on the far east. And shown in dashed line, we have proof of parking for 37 stalls. Also on this plan, we have shown that there's a direct landscaped walk from the parking to the front door. And I can cover the interior as well. The blue are the studio apartments. The yellow is the community spaces. Orange is office, and then the pink are some other common spaces like a computer lab. Second level, more of the studio apartments, more common area in the pink. And the lower level, which is in the existing building, which has a workout room and laundry in pink, it does have mechanical and some closet donation, closet security, that sort of thing. Additional bike storage in the gray. And then also 3 studio apartments that will be on the west side, which have access to an area well. quickly go through the building elevations, and I do have the material board and the sample window, which Sarah might bring up for me. Thank you. Starting with the south elevation, you can clearly see now that we've added the trellis to and the vertical element and metal siding to more activate that south elevation. That's kind of a reminding of where we were. And on the west elevation, the lighter colored brick on the right, which is the existing building, and then the darker brick and the metal panel, both of the gray metal panel and then also the colored metal panel, adding some accents to the left-hand side, which is the north. Next sheet, the north elevation is what you would see from the parking lot. Again, the galvanized metal look on the vertical pieces, and the dark brick and the colored metal panel, which we're thinking has 3 colors, which are shown on the board. East elevation, the light brick again, the existing building on the left, and the dark brick on the right is a new building, and we're trying to break it up with the colored metal panel. Also emphasizing a lot of the horizontality with the cornice pieces, which would also be a colored metal. The next sheet we're showing is the perspective. This would be looking at it from the northwest, so coming from the parking lot and walking along a landscaped walk to the front door. With that, I believe I've covered most of the exterior images. And are there any questions?
Questions for Mr. Nelson? Looks like none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further presentation from the applicant? Okay. All right, so this is a public hearing, so at this point I would invite members of the public who are interested to come forward. I'd recommend you come to one of the 2 side podiums unless you have something you want to display on the overhead camera. And please introduce yourself by sharing your name and address. And then you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. There is a little light system in front of you on the microphones. It's green when it's go, it's red when it's stop. So if you have comments to share with us, come on up. Mr. Long.
Mr. Chair, good evening, members of the Commission. My name is Bob Long, and I'm an attorney at the Larkin Hoffman Law Firm, 7900 Xerxes Avenue in Bloomington, your neighbor just down the road here. And I wish I could be bringing good news to you, but it seems I'm always bringing you the bad news. But that's my job, I guess. And so, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, we have really 3 points we want to make. First of all, we respectfully disagree with the idea that the Planning Commission can proceed tonight on some conditional zoning. It's very clear that the comp plan has not been approved yet by the Met Council. In fact, it's not even been submitted yet as of today. The state statute is very clear that a city cannot do a final rezoning of property in conflict with your comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan is the current plan, and this rezoning is very much in conflict with that comp plan. And there is nothing in state statute that allows you to do a conditional rezoning. You can't rezone it today conditioned upon something happening down the road. That's very clearly in state procedural case law. You can't do conditional rezonings. I think if you look at that with your city attorney, you'll find that that's what's being recommended tonight, is do a final rezoning in violation of the comp plan, but somehow allow it to be conditioned upon future approval of the comp plan. It's got it wrong. So I think rather than just create a completely legal procedural error, we just recommend you lay it all over and wait for the comp plan to actually get adopted so you have a comp plan to work with, and then you can, I think, take the rezoning. So that would be our first recommendation, simply lay it over. You got the cart before the horse. And I know there's a big rush here, but I think you're creating a procedural problem that is going to cause problems on the road, and I just don't think there's any way to get around that. And I could cite the statutes to you, but I think you know what they are. And I just don't, it's very clear that that's what's being done here tonight. Secondly, If you were to proceed, which we think is a mistake, we just want to reintroduce the objections we've raised originally in letters. I should be clear, too, tonight, that we're here representing tonight a newly formed group, Citizens to Preserve the Edina Regional Medical District. It's a recently formed group of local businesses and property owners in the area that have very, very serious concerns about the impact of these decisions on the future of the district. And so there's a new organization, and I wanted to get on the record that we wanted to reintroduce the same objections we've raised previously in the letters to the commission. But notably, one of the things that, again, we disagree with staff on this one, I think the primary question is not is the rezoning appropriate for the site. That's not the question. The question is, does the rezoning meet the requirements of the city's zoning code in your section 36.-216? And I think the answer to that is it does not. That there is, I'll give you one example. There's been repeated evidence presented to you that this rezoning would have material and damaging impacts to the surrounding properties. And you cannot make a finding, nor have you made a finding, that it will not have those impacts. And I think that the Planning Commission and the City Council must make those findings in order to rezone. Those have not been made. In fact, they've been neglected altogether. And so it's not a question of it's appropriate or desirable. It's have you met the conditions of your own code? And the answer, I think, is no. Very clearly, no. And finally, I know I'm running up on my time here, Mr. Chair, is today the citizens group that we represent did file a summons and complaint with the city challenging in court the city's decision on September 2nd. So a number of very serious legal issues were raised in that complaint, and it just got served today on the city, not because we were trying to do it the last minute, just by the time all the paperwork got done. And so we'd ask for another reason that the Planning Commission were to lay this over tonight to review it with their city attorney. I think the issues raised in the complaint, along with the very serious procedural issue I'm raising tonight, which is you cannot proceed to amend rezone in direct conflict with your comprehensive plan. That's strictly prohibited by Minnesota Statute 473.865, and there's no way to say it's conditioned upon something having the future. There's no way to do that. So for all those reasons, we'd ask you to lay it all over, make sure the comp plan is truly amended and you have a current comp plan to work with where there's no inconsistency. And I would ask you a chance to review the complaint with the city attorney because of the number of issues raised there. And then if at the end of all that, it appears as appropriate to proceed, then I think that's obviously your prerogative. So we'd ask you to consider those requests on behalf of the citizens group that's brought this before you tonight. It's filed the complaint against the city. It's going to go to Hennepin County District Court. No dates have been set. It's got filed today. So
thank you, Mr. Long.
Answer your questions if I have any. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments?
I'm Jackie Prince. I live at 7200 York Avenue South, number 602. We have a citizenry that is very wealthy, very active, proactive, activist, and that's a good thing. But I think in this situation, I do believe that whatever affordable housing is recommended for the city of Edina, someone will take you to court and try to prevent it. So I just urge you to bite the bullet and go ahead with this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prince. Other comments? All right, seeing none, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, so the public hearing is closed. I bring this back to the commission. Following up on Commissioner Shearer's comment, Carrie, I understand you consulted with the city attorney this afternoon about at least item number 1 on Mr. Long's objection, and the city attorney is comfortable with the notion of us proceeding with this, and that any approval of a rezoning would be conditioned on the final adoption, acceptance, approval, whatever it is, of the comprehensive plan change. Is that correct?
That is correct. The city attorney was in receipt of both the summons and the complaint and had read through it, and he still felt that the city could proceed
All right.
this evening.
And while I appreciate the notice from Mr. Long that we have now officially been sued, I think that it's probably appropriate for us to leave that to the city attorney and the council as to how they navigate that after it leaves this body. So with those issues, are there other comments from commission members? Commissioner Lee.
I probably should have brought this up when the architect was up there, but the materials, there was a mention of the materials being up here. I could kind of see. I noticed that, could you, come back? I'm sorry. Is that all right to do it during this time? All right. So my question was, I noticed that there are vinyl double hung windows for this building. Are all the windows going to be this type? Or are they all double hung? Are they all operable? In the renderings, they appear to be fixed casements. I'm just curious.
Yeah, they wouldn't all be double hungs. The existing windows are actually fixed right now, and we're exploring other options of maybe there's they would operate the same as a double hung or a single hung, but it's called a carriage window, in which the top half looks bigger than the bottom half, so it looks more like an awning.
Okay. So the front elevation, which is the street side, those are going to be fixed, and they won't have sort of that double sash look to them. It'll be like in the rendering.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the operable ones are on the individual rooms.
Correct.
So they can be controlled by the occupant to open and close, and those will be the double hung.
Yes.
Do you plan to use them on anywhere else in the common areas or the office areas, or is
the
it
common
a
areas,
mix?
I think, are going to be larger windows, and we'll probably be using something a little different, whether they're fixed. They might have an awning, or they might be the carriage type window, but just a larger window, and sort of an assemblage of multiple of those.
So would you say the renderings are pretty accurate? They don't show any kind of double sash, that middle sash. They all kind of read as in monolithic.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that is we're trying to figure out if we replace the windows that are the existing ones, then, or if we don't replace them, then we were talking about, well, do we make them all look similar to the existing? Mm-hmm. So I think that's something that we'll have to get into, how much it costs to replace those existing windows. We're hoping that we can make them all look the same, so it kind of ties all the old building and the new building together. So I guess what I would say is it's accurate for the point we are now, but we're entertaining the fact that they could change depending on the cost of replacing those existing windows.
Okay. Could you just explain a little bit more about the materials? I see that you're using corrugated metal, which is just typically seen for roofing material. I have some concerns that it might look a little inexpensive and a little not very durable. Maybe there's a plan to introduce a color, but in the silver color. Just a personal kind of comment. So
sure.
Maybe you can talk to a little bit about where that metal panel is and if there are different types. I see there's somehow copper shown here, but there's also silver, and you've got a bronze sample here.
The three colors, the colonial red, terracotta, and copper penny, would be on the accent panels. They'd be horizontal. They're horizontal siding, but they're in the vertical slot. Maybe I should grab So, I don't know if you can see this yet. There we go. So the areas that are sort of the different multicolors, that's the colonial red and the terracotta and the copper penny color.
So
and, yeah.
That will be corrugated as well, not flat, like it's shown here. It's going to have that sort of channel shape to it. Okay.
Yeah, that's the plan. And then the vertical was meant to be a galvanized look, so it is more of an industrial kind of look.
But again, same material, same panel widths, and
ribbing
is
it's the same material. Orientation will be different, obviously, and maybe the corrugation is a different shape, maybe. I guess that we can get into that. That's the bottom one here is the more galvanized look has a softer corrugation. Mm-hmm. This one has a little more of a rectilinear, but we're open to changes to that if you're
well, I just think that we want to be sure that the rendering you're showing is essentially what the building's going to look like. And now we know that these copper areas indeed are not flat. They're going to be the same material as what's shown on the tower. Mm-hmm. So I would say if you can make sure that reads as flat as possible. So maybe what you wanted to do is pick a profile that's a little lower than the one that's up on what I call the chimney elements or the vertical elements.
Yeah, okay.
As far as the galvanized sort of silver, I think the darker silver probably would be a better way to go to treat it. Or if there are other panel alternatives, I know cost is always a factor, but it's a lot of that metal panel there. So that is a bit of a concern. I know the front of the building is very nice traditional orange brick. So what we're trying to do is find something that's complementary and doesn't feel like it's just a completely different beast when you round the corner. So my goal would be to have that building look essentially as what you have proposed here and not be surprised or second guessing after it starts going into construction.
Okay, so you read the terracotta colors at the metal siding as more flat.
Yeah, almost like the brick.
Okay.
Yep, kind of really had to study it and realize, okay, we've got the brick on the front, and I'm familiar with that building, but I see where that sort of trying to play off that color scheme, but it in fact is more like the metal, the silver metal panel that you're showing. So
okay,
that was my comment.
Yeah, we'll keep that in mind as we develop it and try to get it to look exactly like this. So.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Mr. Nelson? Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. All right, further discussion from the Commission. Commissioner Halva.
I found an interesting point in some of the documents that we were given today. It was about the temporary rezoning. First I was wondering if that's even possible to do, but also I thought that that'd be something kind of good for us to discuss because I know that this is very controversial and it's changing kind of the regional medical district a little bit, and so maybe it would be kind of more of a stepping stone to changing it just to see how it would go. I mean, I think it's kind of a good idea, but first I guess I don't know if it's possible, so I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
Carrie?
So it wouldn't be a temporary rezoning. The rezoning would be approved contingent on Met Council approval. So if the Met Council says no, there would be no rezoning because it wouldn't meet that condition.
Yeah.
So it stays planned office district until the time that the Met Council approves that comprehensive plan amendment.
Well, I actually think Commissioner Halva is asking about, there was in one of the letters, there was a suggestion, which one was it on the top one?
Yeah.
It was a suggestion, it was from Stephen Gilbertson. I think we should offer, if possible, a temporary rezone. If the property becomes a problem, then you could repeal the zoning. And so I guess Commissioner Halva's question is whether that's a tool in our toolbox or not.
Well,
we've structured the PUD ordinance to address that issue. If this use goes away, if it doesn't work out, then another tenant coming in has to be that exact same use, or if they were changing the use, then we have to change the zoning on the site anyway.
Okay.
But if we were to conclude at some later time that we didn't like what the use was, we couldn't undo the rezoning.
That's correct.
Okay.
And who would make that decision? Would that be us or the city council that decides that we just don't really like what they're doing with it?
Well, I think the point is that we
Yeah.
can't, whether we made that decision or not, once the zoning is changed, if the use complies with the zoning, then that's what the use gets to be. So I think it's a very good question, but I think the answer to it is that we can't do temporary zoning like that, or temporary rezoning like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Other comments? Carrie, just in terms of procedurally, we went through the comprehensive plan at the last time that we considered this topic, and we also did a preliminary rezoning. So now that we're at the, just to get the caption right, we're at the final development plan and final rezoning, which then also includes a zoning ordinance amendment. What is the scope of our discretion here? It seems to me that the plan hasn't changed at all from what we acted on previously. How do we? What are we supposed to be looking at here?
Yeah, it's is it meeting the conditions that were outlined in the preliminary approval? It is. It is the same plan. There really haven't been changes. Oftentimes, when we see changes, they're based on recommendations that the Planning Commission has made or the City Council has made, but there weren't specific design or site plan changes recommended here. So it's really, we're reviewing it for consistency with what's been approved. The comprehensive plan amendment that's been approved by council, still pending Met Council. But yeah, it's really just, is this consistent with the preliminary rezoning?
So for me, many of the same the same concepts that we talked about when we met about this the first time apply. I think it is a balancing of comprehensive plan goals, and I think that the decision we made the first time, for me anyway, was based on a desire to harmonize those two kind of conflicting principles and try to make them work. And I think this is an acceptable way to do it. I would mention one thing that I didn't mention at the previous meeting, and that is that some of the folks in particular who are north of the site that have expressed concern about the impact of the site should know that if this site was a block and a half north from where it is, it wouldn't have required any approvals from the city at all, because it would have been in a high-density residential area and would not require any approvals. So for me, the issue is entirely about the kind of regional medical district and how this fits with how our housing goals in the comprehensive plan fit with our regional medical district goals. And I don't see any difference in the facts that are in front of us today than were in front of us the last time. So any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner Lee.
I recall, and I think there is still that concern about, and for me too, there was at the time about the security of the how that affects the other properties in that same general area. But I did watch the City Council, their sort of vetting of it and their discussion, and I believe there was a requirement instilled upon the applicant to have addressed that. I'm trying to recall, I think it may even be 24-hour security there, someone on site. So for me, that addressed a lot of it, and I think that's critically different from what we're looking at today. I think for me, it makes a huge difference, because the bulk of the people who spoke against the project had most of their concern about security issues. So in a sense, yes, we're looking at the same proposal, but I think a lot has transpired in that time. A lot of views have come forth, a lot of different opinions, and I think the city council had to weigh in on it. So for me personally, I think that I'm finding it that it's something that I can support at this time.
All right. Commissioner Scheer.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, so we are voting tonight just on the approval of it as a final development plan, consistent with the recommendations, subject to the staff's findings and recommendations, and to the eventual approval by the Met Council.
Right. So the two things that we're being asked to recommend to the City Council is a final development plan and final rezoning to a PUD,
right.
And then secondly, a zoning ordinance amendment establishing the PUD district. So changing
and we'll do
the
this
zoning
as
code.
1 or 2 votes.
I think we should do 2 votes. It's been presented as 2 items. And then I would say in terms of the condition that, and I assume, Carrie, it's in here, the fact that this is conditioned on the Met Council's approval of our comprehensive plan. Okay. So I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Make a motion.
Commissioner Platter.
This would be on the first one, so I would move approval subject to the staff findings and conditions that the final development plan and final rezoning to a PUD be approved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right, and that motion passes. Is there a second motion on the zoning ordinance amendment?
I would make a motion to approve the second piece here, which is a zoning ordinance amendment establishing the PUD district, again, subject to the staff findings and conditions that are listed in our report here.
And as I understand it, Carrie, there was a revised proposed ordinance language on our desk this evening, and so I assume, Commissioner Platter, that would be the one that you're referring to.
Correct.
Yep. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. The motion carries. All right, and that concludes this matter.
One thing, I would just say, Carrie, do you want
Commissioner Platter.
to mention what the change was on the ordinance, so everyone's aware of it? That just had to do with parking stalls, right?
Yes, it's
parking requirements.
correct. It's adding the parking stall requirements for an office use.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, next up is another public hearing on the zoning ordinance amendment for Chapter 36. Well, I'm sorry. Preliminary rezoning and preliminary development plan, Frownshoe, 7700 France Avenue. I was optimistically trying to move ahead. Sorry, I was going to leave you behind.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. Before you, as the Chair mentioned, is a preliminary rezoning and preliminary development plan. This is a site at 7700 France. It's located down on the border of Bloomington on the west side of France. If you look at the site today, you see the large parking field on the west side of the property. The site exists today. It's 17 acres in size. There's a 6-story office building with a bank out front. And the site that we're looking at would be the small northeast corner of the property. This is a project that a sketch plan was brought before the Planning Commission, but it was a couple of years ago for a restaurant consideration on this site. The issue with this is restaurants are allowed in the current zoning district, planned office district, but they're only allowed if they're attached within the building. So a freestanding restaurant is not allowed by code. So part of the discussion that we had at the sketch plan review was, is this an acceptable use on the site, and how do we proceed? Do we consider a zoning ordinance amendment, or the PUD option. It was suggested at that time that the PUD was the appropriate way to proceed. So that's what the applicant is doing this evening. So again, you see the existing site. There's no access changes that's proposed. There's a right-in, right-out that would be the primary entrance located here. Another access point off 77th, and then one on the far west side of the property. So this is a look at the restaurant that's proposed. Would be a seafood restaurant. It would be about 7,700 square feet in size, 242 seating capacity within the restaurant. So this is a two-step review process. This is the first step, requires 3 votes of the City Council, rezoning from planned office district to planned unit development and preliminary development plan. The second step, should they receive their approval, would be for final rezoning to PUD, and again, we'd draft that ordinance and the final development plan. So again, I mentioned the access points. A traffic study was done by Wenck and Associates. Ed Terhar is here from Wenck to answer any questions that we may have. The conclusion is that the existing roadway system can support the project. Wenck also examined the parking on the site. Based on the existing office building, the bank, and the proposed restaurant, there'd be a little over 1,200 parking stalls required, 1,245, and as proposed, they would have over 1,300, so they're actually code compliant. The study concludes that there's actually, during the peak office time, the peak hours of the business, there's about a 400 to 500 parking space surplus. Whoops, let me go back. So as you note, if any of the commission is driven by the site, you notice all the cars parked on the far west side. They do lease out spaces from a local car dealership. So the site is well overparked. In looking at the site plan itself, on the graphic here is the kind of a blow up of the area. The orange line here is the existing sidewalk. It's right up against France Avenue. And you see there's a number of trees within this area. There's about 12 to 14 that are proposed to be removed, 8 new trees planted. The site, so for the landscaping, we look at the overall site and the entire, based on the perimeter of the entire site, 98 overstory trees are required. I went out and counted, there's about 160 on the site, so they're well above the code requirement. However, do have some concern in regard to just showing the specific trees that are going to be located in this site and providing some additional screening along the north lot line. I didn't mention there is a loading area located right here. Trash would be inside of the building. Entrance to the restaurant would be on the side here and one off the west side here. So the building itself, and I'll let the applicant go into a little more detail, will be brick and ephes. They've provided some of the building materials. The building materials board would be presented as part of the second phase of the development. So primary issue here, is the PUD rezoning appropriate for the site? And as I mentioned, during the sketch plan, we thought the PUD would be the appropriate way to go here. Staff does have some concerns in regard to the specifics of the plans that were submitted. A lot of the discussion from the Planning Commission and the City Council was focused on making this a pedestrian-friendly development. I believe the Planning Commission or the City Council talked about a garden oasis setting of landscaping. And they did specifically mention that they didn't want to see the existing sidewalk utilized. They wanted a boulevard-style sidewalk to be included here. The applicant has indicated a willingness to connect to the sidewalk. As you see here on the plan, there's not even a connection from the sidewalk to the building itself. We'd also, I think, like to see a pedestrian connection from the existing building. How are people in the office building going to get to the restaurant here? So we'd like to see some added pedestrian friendliness for the site. So just to give the commit, we're working on the France Avenue improvement up and down, and so this is a rendering of the kind of a typical section of the roadway and what we'd be looking for. So ideally, we'd like to see so here's the road portion of France. We'd like to see an 8-foot landscape boulevard and also an 8-foot sidewalk. So that's the kind of the typical boulevard-style sidewalk that we'd like to see there. In terms of the use itself, the mixture of use staff believes is appropriate here. It mixes well with this area. Would provide another dining opportunity for residents in addition to office employees within this area. So it is a good fit in the neighborhood. So with that, staff believes that the PUD is appropriate here. We would like to see the added pedestrian connections. Maybe the next time through, see some more building elevations, renderings of what it's going to look like from all sides as part of that second review. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the project subject to the conditions and findings that are outlined in your staff report. With that, I can stand for questions.
Thank you, Carrie. Questions for Mr. Teague? Commissioner Scherer.
Carrie, maybe it's my eyesight, but I'm looking at diagram C2, and then I looked at the subsequent diagrams as well. Is the only entrance off of France? And I don't see that delineated, I guess.
In terms of the overall site?
Yes. Where are the turn-ins?
Okay, so here's the proposed restaurant up in the corner.
Right.
There's an existing right-in, right-out off of France, this location here.
That's the one I spotted, okay.
Yep, so then along 77th, there is an entrance right here.
Okay.
And then over on the far west side, there's an entrance into the site right here. So no changes to the...
No changes in those. All right,
Correct.
Nothing new in terms of traffic alteration.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, then Susan. Sorry.
Can I, on further on that, can I ask why there isn't an entrance from the north off of 76th? I'm just kind of curious because coming in from the west and from the south seems somewhat torturous.
I'm not sure why that's labeled 76th there.
Whatever that is to the north.
Yes, 76th is up.
It's up there.
It's just the side lot line along the north.
So
Right.
no matter how you do it, you're going to have to come through the parking lots.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Carrie, since I was not on the commission, the first time it came through, did anything change on the landscaping this round of submittal, reflecting the sketch plan review comments?
Has the applicant submitted changes from their initial?
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking about how we go through this process of sketch plan, and the purpose is to so that the applicant can glean some insight as to what it is that would really make their submittal more attractive and possibly more likely to be approved or to the next stage. And just wondering, there was a lot of discussion at that time, so is any of that reflected this round, now that we're at this point?
Yeah, the building itself has changed. I included some renderings of what the building might look like. That's
Right.
changed. Maybe the user of the restaurant has changed at that time.
Yeah,
I believe
specifically
it has.
though, it sounded like the comments focused more on the pedestrian issues and landscaping, that sort of thing. And
They did, and I
Ohio.
suggested to the applicant when the application was made that they may want to consider beefing that up and resubmitting that before it was brought forward to the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
Because they had received that feedback. They wanted to proceed with with the application as proposed.
Okay, so essentially, no, nothing has changed at that point. But this is the next step. So that was sketch plan. Now they're coming. The applicant has
That's
said
right.
we'd like to request rezoning.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is one that the use is not allowed on the site at all today. So the city has a lot of discretion here to
Okay. Thank you.
make these requirements.
Any other questions for Mr. Teague? Thank you, Carrie. Is the applicant here? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Steve Faber with Frau & Shoe Companies.
And I'm Alan Ackerberg with Parasoli Restaurant Holdings.
If I may, I'd just like to make a couple of comments on what Carrie was talking about, and maybe the architect may have made a slight mistake on that loading. We call it a loading dock, or it was referred to as a loading dock. It looks like there's an 18-wheeler semi-truck that's kind of pulled up beside that. There actually is not a loading dock. It does not load back into anything. The trash is contained within the buildings behind a couple of pedestrian doors that open up. And you'd have a Cisco truck, showing up in the morning to drop things off. You might have a couple of vans, but it's not, it shouldn't be misconstrued, that it's a loading dock the way we might think of a loading dock in an industrial building that has a lot of access. Nevertheless, that side of the building, and we will have additional elevations, but that side of the building has the same finishes that you'll see on the other sides of the building. It's brick. It's brick that has some articulation. On that side, we have the clear story windows that run all the way around that larger, higher ceiling piece that runs from north to south. And there will be those, clear story windows on that north side too. So it'll be, from a building standpoint, it's not the back of the house, so to speak. It'll be as nice and as visible as, the finishes on the other sides of the building. But consideration is given, and maybe some arborvitae or some other, trees there might be nice, at some point in time. But it's not a loading dock as you might, normally construe it. The other comment that I'd like to make is the original, and I wasn't here as you were either. I wasn't part of Frau & Shoe when they came through with the original, Carrie, what did you refer to it as, the sketch plan process or whatever? But at that point in time, Frau & Shoe didn't have a restaurant occupant for the building. They went to an architect. They said if there was a restaurant there, what might it look like? What might a fine dining restaurant look like? So that particular sketch and the configuration of that restaurant had, no input from an actual user, as obviously we do here. It was just simply an architect's rendering of what it might look like if it sat, there and there was a restaurant there. So, but with that, I'll turn the mic over to my friend Alan here.
So I'm Alan Ackerberg. I'm one of the partners at Parasoli Restaurant Holdings. You may know us better in Edina as Pittsburgh Blue, Good Earth, Salou, Matsumiya. And we will be the tenant in this building, creating a new concept. And we're thrilled to be able to add a 5th restaurant in the city of Edina. Frau & Shoe is the owner of the property. They will be our landlord. So in a sense, we are co-applicants working on this project. And I just got a couple of things to share with you. This is going to be a seafood concept. It's something that we feel we have a lot of strength in. Years ago, Parasoli created Ocean Air, which was subsequently spun out of Parasoli and ramped up to 16 restaurants. Tim McKee is one of our partners. He's a James Beard Award-winning chef in Minneapolis. He created Sea Change. So we think we know the seafood market, and we think there is really an unfulfilled niche in a middle, medium price range seafood. There's really nothing in the middle. You have Ocean Air, which is perhaps a $70 or $80 check average, and on the other end of the spectrum, Red Lobster, perhaps. So we're really excited about the concept. With respect to, and by the way, thank you to Carrie and the team for working with us in these past months, getting the report pulled together. So let me touch on the bicycle racks. No issue with bicycle racks. We like bicycles. I think it's a good mode of transportation. We can look at some additional screening on the north side. As Steve mentioned, it's the same finishes as the rest of the building, and it's really not a loading dock per se. It's just finishes. With respect to the sidewalk, here's what I'd like to comment on. No issue connecting the building entrance with a sidewalk to France Avenue. There currently is a sidewalk on France Avenue. It's a perfectly good serviceable, it's a 5 or 6 foot wide sidewalk. It runs right behind the curb line. It doesn't have a boulevard, and I know that's the goal, and I think the beautification that's happened from 76th Street North is wonderful. But we would respectfully like to suggest that the creation and installation of a boulevard across the Frauenschuh property is deferred until there's further development on the site. Sooner or later, that parcel will further develop because there is a massive parking field on the west side. And when there is a larger project, it would seem to us that that would be the time to put in the boulevard all the way across the front of the whole of the 7700 property, as opposed to doing a little piece across the front of the restaurant. In the interim, we will make the connection to the existing sidewalk, but we'd like to leave that in place for the time being and simply, kind of kick that can down the road a little bit. Other than that, I'm here to answer questions if you have any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ackerberg. Mr. Faber, questions? Commissioner Lee.
A question of where that ephes is going.
And which facades?
Yeah.
The only facade.
There's just a little bit.
Yeah, is, can somebody pull up the plan? Is there a possibility to pull up the floor plan, or easier to point to it than to try to explain it? But it's on the west facade.
West. Okay. East-west. So the back side of it? Parking lot side?
The west side of it, yeah.
Yes.
The side that you can't see right there.
Right, opposite side of that.
Yeah, the opposite side of that, where the kitchen is. And the architect's rendering of that has, a line of what look like evergreen trees running along that side over there.
Well, I would just say if it's really supposed to be about quality finishes, that ephes is usually a cost issue, and it substitutes for stone. And I think the original concept said it would be stone, brick, high quality materials. So that was just one flag that kind of went up for me. So that's just my comment. So
okay, fine. No, and the other material that we're using is, I don't know, Alan, is it aluminum or it's
there's different types of bricks and glazed stones and aluminum.
Right, and the entry is going to be kind of special. When you walk under that entry to the opening door, there are going to be all these ribs of wood along the side that are going to be underlit on the back, so it kind of looks like you're in the, what's the wooden boat? Surecraft or what?
Chris Craft.
Chris Craft. Oh. So I think you're walking in the bottom of a Chris Craft as you go into the entrance. So there'll be point well taken, and we can look at that and see if we, or at least make some articulation on that side because it looks kind of plain the way it is. But there was planned to be a whole line of trees along.
Well, Commissioner Lee, in your packet on the third elevation, the ephes is just this small little area here, which actually helps differentiate and set off the stone finishes. And it is, as Steve mentioned, it's behind the trees which are depicted. That is the extent of the ephes. It's a very small area. And it could be stucco instead of ephes.
Yeah, so it's this area from here basically to here, which is the side of the kitchen that doesn't have any windows.
Oh, I see. It's also on the north elevation then as well, by the service entrance. That entire surface, with the exception of the man door and the garage door, that whole surface will be ephes. Is that right? So that's the side that faced that supposedly loading dock area.
You are correct.
Okay.
No, we can look at that. I mean, it's It's meant to be a handsome and a good-looking building, so we
Yeah.
can certainly consider
And I'm
that.
sure it is going to be very attractive. I've seen your restaurant, so I have no doubt it's going to be a wow kind of building. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Platter.
A quick question. I'm trying to understand the outdoor seating. Is that partially covered?
You know, it might be helpful if we could put up even the site plan, maybe drawing C2, Carrie, even if we could put that on the overhead, and then it might help us in kind of discussing the...
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you see from the street there in particular. It looks like some of it's under a trellis, and then there's another large area. Is that actually covered, or it's a little hard for me to tell from the plans?
Yes and no. There's 3 dining zones, outdoor dining zones. This area here this is an outdoor bar, and this is fully undercover and integrated into the building. So it's a hard lid undercover in this area. This is more lounge type seating, and this is more traditional outdoor seating under a trellis. There's several water features planned, and the relationship of the outdoor dining to the road is it's about 2 feet lower than France Avenue. And what happens here is there's a swale through here. If you look at the grading plan, the grades drop down and then it berms up so that there is a built berm across here to provide some screening that'll be planted and landscaped. You know, it's not unlike what you see at Tavern on France. It's somewhat like that condition.
But you'll be able to see the seating there from the street.
From the street,
right?
yes.
Okay, and vice versa, obviously.
Yeah, that's important for us.
It is for us too. That's why I was asking the question.
Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, we built this amazing patio at Pittsburgh Blue up in Maple Grove and screened it sort of solidly with arborvitaes. And then once you're in it, it creates this wonderful sort of cocooned environment. But you can't see it from the road. You actually can't even tell it's there. That's how well it's landscaped and planted. And that was a little bit of a miss. We want the connectivity to the street.
So good segue. So that we've been spending a lot of time talking about how to enhance the pedestrian kind of engagement. How do we make buildings? It's more than just bringing them close to the street. There has to be something that engages people on the street. So one of the questions I have as you look at that site plan is how would a pedestrian get into the building?
Into the building? Well, what's not shown here, which we will add, is the connection from the sidewalk on France. Our front door is here, that comes across the south side of the building to the entrance.
So that's where the public entry is,
Yes.
on that south side of the building. And what is the nature of the kind of the perimeter on the outdoor? So it's a line on a piece of paper, but give me a sense of what that, where the outdoor seating is that would be adjacent to France.
Yes.
So, all along you talked about those 3 different zones. What's that going to look and feel like from the street in terms of a wall, or is it a low wall or a glass wall or a brick wall?
You mean the building facade or the? There's no barrier between the outdoor seating.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at.
And the sidewalk in France. There's none at all. It is simply the contours, France, swale.
Yep, and I see the grading. I see the grading plan, but I'm looking on this plan or on your even on your proposed floor plan. So you're telling me that kind of boundary is really just a line on a piece of paper to draw where the edge of the area is. There's no fence or...
There is no knee wall.
Okay.
No stone, no anything. When you look, you'll see the dining on the north side, which is outside tables under the trellis. You'll see the bar canopy in the bar, and you'll see people sitting right there. There's nothing,
Okay.
And a few structural columns. And then the lounge area won't have any trellises above it. And, you know, you might envision like pairings over at Shady Oak and 62 where they have those orange kind of couches out there in kind of a lounge area. That's what will be there.
And it looks like we're at about 36 feet from what, the property line to the, well, that's
about
the building.
33 or 34 is the foundation, the floor of the restaurant. So it's about 2 feet less.
Which is where the kind of furthest out tables might be.
Right.
Would be 33 or 34.
Yep.
So and as Carrie was talking about, what were the dimensions of the road section you were talking about for sidewalk, boulevard sidewalk? 16?
8-foot boulevard and an 8-foot sidewalk.
Okay. And right now we've got what, a 5 or 6 foot sidewalk right up against the street?
Right.
Yep.
Which is a little further outside of the property line. So is that right as I'm looking at that?
It's right there.
It's this. So really that's probably about 36 feet from the edge of that sidewalk is probably about 36 feet from the edge of where the seating would be.
I think it's closer to 30 feet is my recollection because I asked that question. Yeah,
right.
I think it's about 30 feet.
Okay.
Which is, you know, the distance from here to that wall behind you, more or less.
Okay. Other questions for these gentlemen? Commissioner Platter.
I know I guess I want to ask about the parking situation. Obviously, there's a lot of parking, especially at the rear to this site. And you are taking up some parking with your building, obviously, but have you added more parking than you need if this makes any sense, have you added more parking than you need at the front of the site for this restaurant, where can it be shared with the office patrons more?
There'll be shared parking.
You know, I'm assuming you have LA and wherever that goes to or something. So.
Right. The restaurant will have, I think it's about 60 or 70 reserved spaces right here, right immediately west of the door. And then there's probably 300 spaces, and off the map here where you can't see, there's additional parking right back in here. So the valet would be, you know, situated back here to get it away, so you'd have, you know, parking here where you could park and go, and there'd be private parking here. Now on, you know, in evenings, this is going to, you know, we want to reserve the space in the front of the building here for, you know, the office pedestrians and their, you know, their visitors, the office occupants and their visitors. But on evenings when you'll have a lot of people there at the restaurant, you know, the office people won't be in the building anymore, they'll be gone, so that parking will be available.
That's why I'm just trying to understand that you weren't adding more parking than you need because you have such a cross, you know, in hours probably, or, you know, that there won't be anything there on weekends, for example. And
Commissioner, there's no new added parking in the front of this parcel at all. In fact, we're simply eliminating parking and displacing it with the building. So we are building no new parking.
I figured that's probably going on, but I just wanted to make, I guess my point was that can you get rid of more parking actually in this site, but
we hope to do that on the west edge of the site by building another facility there, hopefully an office building at some point in time when that market comes back. But that's part of the overall plan that we have and still have intact, is on the west edge of the, you know, where the 13 plus acres of parking are right now. It's leased to, you know, the whoever it is.
Walzer Toyota, I believe.
The car company. I mean, that's the goal. So.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go far. We may have more.
Okay.
But I'm going to open the public hearing and invite anyone who is here who would like to comment on this application to come forward and introduce yourself and share your thoughts with us. You probably get the whole drill down by now, having sat here for 3 hours. Or
Good evening. I'm Christy Bone-Berman, and I am a real estate manager for Spartan Ash Company. That's at 7600 France. And as you mentioned, we do have some concerns about the parking. They say that they're going to have 242 seats and up to 45 employees on their site. And what's in the immediate parking area is only 62 stalls. So we feel that there will be people parking on 7600 France parking lot and utilizing that, and obviously causing liability concerns along with our own usage. I think the closest proximity, you know, they're talking about moving. I'm not sure what person would go and park their car behind that building. It's quite a far walk. If there was any excess parking, they're going to try and park closest, which will be the lot on 7600 France. Especially when they start to talk about developing behind their building. I mean, they'll only put more pressure on 7600 France parking, I believe. And I think you've already addressed a lot of that landscaping and screening where their loading dock is, but it is a service area and the garage door. So we'd like to see more landscaping around that area too, to make it a little bit nicer presentation for the north side of that restaurant. And then you talked about entrance on the north side. They will be coming off 76th Street behind our building and into that parking lot. So there will be increased traffic across our lot. I mean, there is an easement, but probably not for the intention of having all this additional traffic. That's what I have.
Thank you very much. Oh, sure. Commissioner Scheer.
Quick question. Do you currently have, I don't know if there's competition, shall we say, for parking right now, but do you currently have any signage that instructs people that you're at the perimeter of your ramp or your lot? I mean, that this is reserved for people that are occupants of your building?
Not today.
Okay.
We do not have that today.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other comments? All right, seeing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, the public hearing is closed. On that point, I am looking on page A4 of the packet, and it does look like right now there isn't really much of a barrier. It's just a line. The line goes kind of between rows of parking.
I'm thinking it might require signage.
Yeah, so for some, I was under the impression earlier that it was more of a distinction, but to the outside observer, it probably looks like the same property. How would you know? You have that aerial there, Carrie, that either that one or the yeah, so that one you showed earlier, but if you do the straight aerial, which is the other one that you have in your hand there, where it just has the line, yeah, so right there on that north side, it looks like it runs right between two rows of cars right there. There will be, or right, because that's part of the site plan is to put the berming and the. Do you want to come up, Mr. Faber, and explain? Yeah, go ahead.
If I could show.
Just run it out of gas.
Okay, just to show you, there is another entrance here. Behind the building coming off of 76th. Oops, whoops, am I in the right spot?
Getting a good view of the top of your head.
Okay, this is the right spot. Okay, it comes off of 76 down here, and there's another driveway that would access this.
And is that an easement or an entrance?
It must be
okay.
Yeah, no, Carrie is right, and I'm sorry, your name? Christie is right as well. It's actually a very lovely boulevarded street, that entrance off of 76 that comes, I'm looking right here.
Yep.
And you come through. I mean, it's not, you don't feel like you're in a parking surface. I mean, it's a right-of-way with a large series of trees on your left and a large series of trees on your right. So I don't have any doubt that people will find that way there when they come down 76th and turn and come over that way. I mean, there'll be a number of ways that they get to the restaurant. A couple of things I want to point out. That blue line there that separates the properties, there is actually a substantial berm between the properties. It's not like our parking surfaces butt up to one another. There's 15 feet, 20 feet of a berm that's between those properties with trees planted on it. And there are between or looking at this site over here, this one's maybe easier to see.
Yeah.
From the edge of the restaurant over to where that lines up with here, there are, I couldn't tell you offhand, but there's more than 62 parking spaces there. I mean, there might be 150 stalls or more in this area right here. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Discussion from the Commission. Commissioner Lee.
Well, I just think that right now I'm not inclined to look at this if the applicant hasn't responded to any of the previous council comments. We're trying to take this down to the next step, and everything that was stated before was not even addressed. So I feel like I would be saying the same things, and to respect everyone's time on this, I just think that they need to be addressed. As far as, the comment that, this is a small piece of property and wait till later, this is a key piece of the property. And if it isn't done now, I don't know when it would be done. And it is eye-opening to hear you say that you're thinking about doing the other piece, and so I can see how that would factor into your planning, but we have no guarantees that that other piece will take place or will happen or when. So you are asking for a change in the zoning, and so I need to ask, sort of in response, can you respond to some of the other things that the council brought up 2 years ago in the Planning Commission? So that's what I was looking for, and I didn't see it, and I'm a little disappointed about that.
So, obviously the boulevard sidewalk is one. What else are you kind of referring to?
Normally, I would have expected to see something with a little more detail about what's happening at that corner. So I could, any number of things in terms of landscaping. That would have been the pitch. That really would have been the crux. We let this one sit for a while. We thought about what you said. Here's why we really think we need to move forward on this. But instead, it's kind of exactly where it was left before. So I'm ready for the process. I have no problem at all with the fact that, we could. It's a wonderful restaurant. It's probably a great business plan. We're not asked to weigh in on those things. We need to see those things that were discussed before, and I know that the council and the commission then put in a lot of time. I guess I'm doing that because I know that we're going to be doing a lot more sketch plan reviews, and it's time that we're all giving, and I think the applicants put their time in as well. But it's not just a cursory check the box. Okay, well, now we're done. We've gone through that process. On to the next step. The next step means addressing some of the issues that were raised. So, for me, it's a little difficult to even take this to the next step. I would say, come back with some of these things addressed before I can even consider a rezoning of that area. I don't know what you guys think.
Other comments? So one of the things that we do, this planned unit development tool is still a relatively new tool for us. I guess it's been a few years now, but to me, the key is what are we getting in return? And I think here we have focused very hard on trying, and I realize we're at the beginning of the process, but we are working on a larger plan for the France Avenue corridor in terms of making it more pedestrian friendly. I think in particular, if you're on the west side of the France Avenue corridor, we need to figure out ways to make these things more beneficial, frankly, to the residential areas that are behind them. And so I see the kind of boulevard sidewalk and the whole question of engagement and how does the pedestrian atmosphere get created as being really important. And I recognize that right now it's Somebody said the word oasis earlier, in the middle of a desert, and that may be true, but the hope is that this is the first piece, and the next piece follows, and the next piece follows. And so I kind of agree with Commissioner Lee about how important that is to us. And yeah, Mr. Ackerberg. Sure, come on up.
First, this with respect to the sketch plan, let me just try to make something really clear. The sketch plan was a concept, theoretical, conceptual restaurant, which was placed on this site to, as I understand it, and Carrie, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, to sort of demonstrate proof of concept as to whether it is even feasible to do a freestanding, unattached restaurant. And if you look at the drawings that were done by an architect who I don't know who they are, the building that they did, it had angles going every which way. They actually designed the entire interior layout of the restaurant with the schematic plan. It was a concept restaurant. We didn't exist then in this deal. We designed a restaurant that works for, when we design restaurants, we start with a menu, and we build the kitchen around the menu. We build the building around the kitchen. So, I mean, I understand what you say. I think we've actually addressed most of the items that were in there. With respect to the boulevard sidewalk, if that's a deal killer to move forward tonight, we'll put in the boulevard sidewalk in concert with the development. I mean, it's not a deal killer. I just think it ought to respectfully happen later, but we can agree to do that tonight. With respect to the street engagement, the patio, that whole environment is engaged with the street. There's a very low barrier. It's engaged. One thing that will help us have it more engaged is if you can convince the city to change the ordinance so that when you have the service of liquor as part of the premise, and the patio is part of the premise where we serve liquor, which is part of the licensed premise, the city requires that you have a fence. It has to be fenced in. Okay? Now, when we did the patio at Galleria for Pittsburgh Blue, which some of you may have seen, it's pretty solidly planted with arborvitaes. And the space between the arborvitaes is, maybe about 6 or 9 inches. You could squeeze through there, but you'd have to work at it. We had to put fencing up, nonetheless, inside the arborvitaes. So I'm actually meeting with the city, with Deb, tomorrow to talk about that very issue, to see if there is a way, given the berming and the rocks and the fountains and the trees, that we cannot put up a fence between the patio and the sidewalk and the boulevard. So if you have any influence on that, that'd be great, because I agree with you. It would be great to have it be engaged. The flip side is, as far as engagement from an operational standpoint, we can't have guests entering and seating themselves on the patio from the sidewalk and the street and the boulevard. We have to channel them through the entrance so that we have some control, because it's also, it's just an operational control matter. But I would like to see if there is a way to progress this tonight. We do come back, we go to the city council, we do come back to you again in the future. The timing's somewhat important. So if there are specific items, if you can identify very specific items for us, we will address those when we come back. But just referencing the sketch plan, and I've looked at that packet too, and I'm sure you have, I don't know how to address those, because it's a totally different building than what was in the sketch plan. It's different materials, it's a different shape, it's a different size, and we're the real user and operator.
Are you saying that the building that we're looking at, even the elevations, are not what you're proposing?
These are exactly what we're proposing.
Okay. So all I'm saying is that
the sketch plan was done several years ago by an architect in a vacuum for Frauenschuh to sort of do proof of concept of putting a restaurant on the site.
we're looking at the planning aspects of it. So all I'm saying is just carry it a step further. I think we're on the same, we want the same thing, but I need a little more information. This would be the time that you would engage either a site plan landscape designer to figure out that corner. This is the time. So we meet in 2 weeks again. Are we on the docket? Is that going to work with your schedule to bring it back then? Is that possible, or do they have to have some leeway to get on the schedule in 2 weeks?
What's the time frame on the application?
Yeah, we're okay on as far as the 60-day rule, so the Planning Commission could hold it over.
But it's not like they have to give you notice 30 days in advance that they want to be considered on the next docket. Okay.
It would just be revising the plan.
So I guess that's what I'm saying, is that work with us a little bit and show us what you intended. If that's just a sketch plan, then fine. Show us what your intentions are, because I've seen so many sketch plans that ended up, that's exactly what we ended up with. And we have no one to blame but
I think
ourselves,
we're getting a little
so.
confused on the sketch plan, because we're kind of talking from two different directions. I get your point on that wasn't your deal. It was a box on a paper, and the part of the sketch plan was, would you guys be interested, open to a restaurant that was a standalone building and this site, period?
Correct.
Yes.
But from our perspective, part of the feedback was, yes, if it engages a street and we've got this kind of, we're going to fit into the grander scheme. That's what we get out of, we get a nice restaurant, but we also get this kind of piece to the puzzle of this France Avenue corridor that we're trying to create. So, Mr. Ackerberg, I get your point, but I think what Commissioner Lee was saying was, so part of it is achieved with this outdoor seating and with the proximity to France and the berm and the rest of it. And I think you bring up a good point about how planning and liquor control can talk to each other and figure out how to solve that problem. But I think what Commissioner Lee is also saying is we've got to start on it, but we need more. Now, whether that can be done, whether that needs to be done now, whether that needs to be done at a final plan, I don't know. But I think that's the issue, and I think it's a fair issue.
Right, and my question would be, so, okay, we'll move the sidewalk off the curb, put in, what you'd want the standard there. I don't know if there's any latitude. I just as soon see the sidewalk, have some bends to it rather than being straight. And then we can take it into the entrance to the restaurant, and I don't envision that as a 90-degree turn straight in. I envision that as, turning in and meandering in or whatever. The landscaping package is very extensive that's on the building. We can look at some additional landscaping, by the truck drop-off area or whatever we want to call it, other than the loading area. But other than those two items, do you need a further explanation on what we're doing on the exterior of the building? Because it's really pretty striking with the clear story glass that goes around the top and the light that'll be behind that. That'll be a beacon. What else in that sketch plan that was done some years ago has not been answered, or would you like to see answered?
No, I was just raising that because if that was part of the sketch plan, I was just suddenly doubting, so maybe we're still looking at elevations that were from the sketch plan.
That sketch plan, throw it out. That building has no representation whatsoever. This is what was up here earlier that Carrie showed.
So as far as the elevation, I already made my comment about the finishes. I think that, obviously we've got some other comments that were made by others about that the back is not necessarily back. A lot of people see that that's another building's front. So just because a car is parked there and it's a parking lot doesn't mean it's secondary.
Right.
Your back door is somebody's front door. So we're going to be looking at all sides, or considering at least all sides of the building. It's probably behooves you to just use the same materials all around, with the exception of obviously some things have durability as an issue to consider, or
we might use a different material like metal or something there or whatever to create to create that division, so it doesn't look like just one blob of brick or whatever.
Right.
But so the materials on the outside, the sidewalk, some landscaping. What
really
else
understanding what's happening at that corner, your corner, and what what happens between your building and the sidewalk and how you're going to treat that sidewalk. So that is a key piece of it, because that's really kind of the city's concern. Your building will be your building and within parameters.
So is that something, Carrie, that we can, I mean, we can come back 2 weeks certainly and do that if, get on the docket and, drop some drawings pretty quick. Is there a way to move forward and have that as a touch point in that process, or is coming back 2 weeks from now the only way to make that happen? I mean, I don't know the answer.
Well, hold that thought for a second. Commissioner Scherer?
I appreciate your concern about wanting to keep the calendar moving, and I also appreciated your comment that, if this is involved in some materials changes or looking again at the boulevard sidewalk timing, that it should be now rather than later, that you're willing to do that. I wonder if there is a way, I don't know if all the commissioners would feel this way, but, this is a preliminary. We're going to have another crack at this. The council's going to have a crack at this before it comes back to us. I'm looking at the notes from the council's last meeting, which was several years ago, but they mentioned specific comments, creating pedestrian connections, enhanced landscaping, not tying to the existing bulkhead sidewalk, but creating boulevard sidewalk design. I think if you don't address those things, it's going to come up again when you're before the council. So you might as well move ahead and go as far as you think you can go with regard to those things. Let the city know what your intent would be. I wonder if there's a way we could approve this preliminarily, I guess would be the word, with some conditions that, there would be some things that should show up when this goes before the council.
I agree with you.
Commissioner Platter?
I would say I agree with what you said, and it seems like we do this all the time. We have a bundle of conditions that's tell them before it goes to council, it needs to have this, and the council might put some more conditions on, but at least you've addressed the ones, because they look at it this meeting, they look at what we're doing, and if you don't address the things we wanted you to do, that's not a good sign.
Right.
When you go to them.
They wouldn't take that right off the bat as a very good indication of where we're coming from.
And then they start digging more and more and find other things.
Yeah, well, we might not be having it because they said they didn't listen the first time, so why should we even pay attention?
Well,
but
there is that too, right?
Right.
What if we were to act on this tonight and it went to the council, when would it be likely to be on the council's schedule?
Yeah, interestingly, their meeting is 2 weeks from last night, so.
Would it be that meeting?
It would be.
Okay.
So either way, they've got 2 weeks, right?
Right, gives you some time to add some things in.
And if we saw it again, they would lose a month, because then they'd have to wait for the next subsequent city council meeting. So I'm respectful of that.
Well, so the question in my mind, because we've had this discussion when we do preliminary and final rezoning, and I remember, for instance, on one end of the spectrum, the Pentagon Park, process that came through, and for a variety of reasons, we did not have very detailed there, but we loaded it up with a lot of conditions because, as we talked about in an earlier presentation tonight, unless you've got those conditions, there really isn't much other than the finishings to talk about at the final. So I am sensitive to Commissioner Lee's observation about how we're serious about this, and we need to, we really need to work to make this the best thing that it can be. And what I hear is the sidewalk and some additional landscaping around that corner and in that whole place that really makes it a demonstration of what the rest of the France Avenue corridor can be.
And the exterior finishes. Yep.
Right, and the exterior finishes. Commissioner Lee?
No, we can address those.
I'm doing a lot of speaking for you, sorry.
There was also, obviously, I don't want to just leave it out, but the bike issue. It's really about arrival. If someone were to choose to walk there or bike there, and how would they arrive, and how are you planning their arrival other than by car? So it's to look at it that way. We're not going to be so prescriptive that we'll tell you you need to have a bike path this wide, but I think you can get a good designer involved that will know how to address those issues. One thing I did want to say was that, to me, preliminary or final, I think we set the tone or we set the path each step of the way, we just get deeper into it. And my feeling is that these items were on record. So we're the Planning Commission, so we have to look at those things. And if you can pull something together in 2 weeks, that would be great. And I'd be backing it. The discussion here, the council reads our notes. I'd be 100% supportive of those kinds of things when you show me something that I can really support. It's difficult for me to keep putting conditions on, meaning I got to come back one more time and see if you met that condition. And granted, I still have a chance to raise my hand and say you didn't, but again, we're talking time. It's my time too, everybody else's time to go through those things. So it would be my preference to see you make a good effort at this point and come back in 2 weeks and show us a real understanding of what you want. And that to me would be the way to proceed.
What is the Commission's pleasure? Commissioner Platter?
I'd like to make a motion then.
All right.
So I would make a motion to approve this subject to the staff conditions and findings. In addition to that, I would add that the boulevard sidewalk needs to be installed between France and the building, and look at our living streets requirements for that. It'll give you some sizing requirements, and I'm sure you can work with staff on that as well. And then also the trees that end up for that boulevard also. Add bike racks. I guess that's up to you where you put them, but I would say don't put them in the back so nobody can find them. More landscaping on the north side of the site and then the corner also. What's the idea along both the north side of the site and then the France Avenue corner to the northeast?
Okay.
Yep. And then finally, that it's four-sided architecture, and the finishes should be consistent on all sides with I would say the front or the France Avenue side, the best looking side. They should be consistent with that. And I realize Commissioner Lee would probably dig into that some more, but also get that better to look at, and I'm sure the council will bring that up as well.
Is there a second?
I'll second, but I'd like to offer a friendly amendment that the proponent bring with them to any subsequent meetings to discuss this a full plan for what that boulevard sidewalk would look like and what the enhanced landscaping would look like.
Oh, certainly, yes.
Yes. Not just conceptually commit
Yes.
to it, but actually have a plan that they can review with the council.
That would be acceptable.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Jackie, why don't we do a roll call?
No.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. All right, the motion carries 3-2. It's a recommendation to the council, and I think it would certainly behoove you to...
We know our marching
We will.
orders.
I've heard you loud and clear. Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you. All right. Now we're up to the zoning ordinance amendment, Chapter 36, our final public hearing.
I think it's this one. Zoning ordinance amendment consideration.
This is the October 8 memo
Yeah.
from Carrie
Got
to
it?
the Planning
October
Commission.
8th. Oh, okay.
It kind of was in the back. Right.
Okay, so this is the zoning ordinance amendments that we've been working on over the last, several months. Some of them work plan items, some of them items recommended by the city attorney that we need to address. So there are essentially 4 topics here in the ordinance that's before you. The first is a front street setback amendment. The second is amendment to the 1-foot rule. That's the tear down and rebuild ordinance that we dealt with earlier this evening, where when you tear a house down and the new home can't exceed the first floor elevation by more than 1 foot. If you go over a foot, you need a conditional use permit. So, and that leads us into the third topic, which is the process for that type of application. Previously, as you recall, that always had been a variance up until the time that we couldn't do variances anymore. So we had some situations where homes couldn't be built in the city because they needed to raise their home out of the floodplain. So how did we address that? We created that conditional use permit process. So before you tonight is an ordinance that would take that back to a variance process and not conditional use permit. Same standards and conditions would apply, but it would be essentially a one-stop shop just before the Planning Commission and not go to the City Council. The second is the lighting ordinance, phase 1 of the lighting ordinance, to bring our current standards more in line with surrounding cities. So I'll just take you through each one, one at a time. First being the front street setback. So this part of the code was amended about 4 or 5 years ago. The language written by our city attorney was tweaked along the way. But it was to address the lawsuit that the city faced up on Brookview Avenue where our code wasn't clear. This was an attempt to make it clear. We're now finding, well, maybe it's not so clear, and I'll show you an example of why that is. Previously, you had a choice on how to establish your front yard setback. Most often, they chose the average of the entire block. So most of Edina has developed with that average. With the new ordinance, you can do one. Well, you don't have that choice where you can do the average. You can do the average if the first two, the first two circumstances aren't there. So the first is if there's an existing dwelling on an abutting lot. On one side of a lot, the front street setback requirement is the same as the dwelling on the other side. The second is if there are abutting properties on both sides, you average the two. And then if in all other cases, the front yard setback is the average of the street. So advancing that, the thought behind if there's only a dwelling on one side of the lot. What we were thinking at that time was, here's a corner lot. The thinking is there's only one lot that abuts that property, so you just match this setback. However, when you read the code, there are 2 abutting lots here. Actually, on this scenario, there are 3. You've got this lot here, and then this lot is abutting. It does touch. So do you then use this setback here on a completely different street? You can interpret the code that way. So we'd like to make that more clear. So the language before you, and this is what we've talked about over the last several months, is trying to make that clear that if there's an existing dwelling on an abutting lot on one side of the lot that has a front street setback on that same street, which was our intent back 4 or 5 years ago when that code was changed. So that language has been added to when we're creating that front street setback, that we're comparing just homes on that same street. And then I've provided some examples. The 1 indicates alternative 1, and the 2 indicates alternative 2, where there's 2 lots considered adjacent. So as an example, this corner lot is labeled as a 1, so it would just have 1 lot adjacent to it that has a front street setback along this street. Where it may change is that second home on the block. So we could take this property here. So there are 2 abutting lots on the same street. However, this home here faces the street to the north. So this would be a 1. You would just you would just take the setback from the home to the south. So that's the intent of the code, and we think we've got the language that meets that original intent, essentially. So the second part of this is the 1-foot rule for tear down and rebuilds. The part that we've run into trouble on is for split level dwellings. If you're going to tear down a split level, what's the first level of that home? So the language here that's highlighted in red is the existing language in the code. If a split level dwelling is torn down and a new home is built, the first floor elevation or entry level elevation may not be more than 1 foot above the front entry elevation of the home that was torn down. So here's an example of a split entry. The intent is to take the entry elevation into the house, meaning the door. But when you look at the language here, you're measuring from the front elevation of the home that was torn down. This was our intent, but as the city attorney has pointed out to us, a garage door is a front entry. So we really should be taking it from that level. Just another example of a split entry. So the language before you is trying to address that. The first floor elevation of the dwelling unit being torn down is deemed to be the lowest elevation of an entrance to the dwelling, excluding the entrance to the garage and entrances that don't face the street. That provision was added in case there was an entry that doesn't face the street. We want to make sure that we're not including that. Part 3 is the conditional use process. So the language that's proposed is simply eliminating the conditional use permit language and incorporating that into kind of the general standards and requiring that if you're going to exceed the first floor elevation of a tear-down rebuild by more than 1 foot, you need a variance. And in consideration of that variance, we're still going to look at those 3 factors in regard to is there a groundwater or some kind of a wetland issue. So that's the 3rd change. And the 4th is in regard to lighting, and this is the simple change, kind of phase 1 as we've talked about. And that's simply to change the foot candle requirements. Currently, the requirement is 3 foot candles measured at property lines, abutting property that's zoned residential, and 10-foot candles when it abuts street or non-residential property. So the suggestion is to take that down to 0.5-foot candles when lighting abuts residential and 1-foot candle when measured at abutting streets. So with that, I can stand for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Carrie. Commissioner Scherer.
We had one letter submitted to us that was at our places this evening from a woman whose property abuts a sport court in a neighboring residential property. And she raises the concern about lighting. Now, I'm assuming that the last sentence of this lighting section is meant to address that no light source, lamp, or luminaire shall be directed beyond the boundaries of the lighted or illuminated premises.
Correct. That's right.
So to the extent that her neighbor's lighting lights up her driveway or her side yard, that really is not allowed.
If the source of the light is directly at her property, that would be a violation. And then we can also measure the foot candles.
Okay, so that would be the remedy in a case like that.
Pardon me?
That would be the remedy in a case like that on a residential property.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
That letter also talked about 3 foot candles down to a half. Is it 3 now or is it 1?
It's 3 now.
Oh, it is 3, okay.
Going down to 0.5.
All right. Yeah, and that is, in fact, to answer her question,
yes.
A reduction.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. All right, other comments? Commissioner Platter.
Carrie, I have a question on the 1 foot rule. We talk about what the lowest level could be 2 feet above the 100-year flood elevation. But do we have any limits on the size or the height of the basement level? You know, in other words, if you do that and you have a 12-foot basement, you're raising that probably a lot more than, you know, the 2 feet or the 1 foot rule. Am I missing something, or how could that be addressed? I mean,
the 1 foot rule is intended to address that issue, if I'm understanding right.
Yeah, that would be basement. So what you're talking about, right?
Right, well, it says in here that you can go, 2 feet above the floodplain, I don't know. So right there, you're raising it 2 feet potentially. And then if you have a 12-foot basement or 11-foot like I've seen come in here, to me, let's just take an 8-foot. To me, you could raise that 4 to 6 feet, or am I missing something?
So
well, as part of the variance or conditional use permit, you would have to have the discretion on that. If someone came in, they're proposing a 4-foot increase over that 1-foot rule. They brought their home, so it's 2 feet above the floodplain elevation.
Right.
But that basement has a 12-foot ceiling. You could say no to that, say, no, you need to take that down. We're comfortable with a 2-foot variance for a 10-foot or a 9-foot basement. But that would be the intent of the variance in that case.
So what stops it here, though, from that happening?
So the basement ceiling, though, is going to drive the finished first floor, which is really what the ordinance addresses, right?
Right.
So it does kind of start with the basement floor, but the distance they're allowed to increase above 1 foot is the finished first floor.
Or 2 feet in the floodplain.
They can start it.
Right, they can start there, but it's still, they're required to get a variance if they go more than 1 foot over.
Oh, so you still need a variance if you go more than 1 foot over the existing
finished first floor.
Finished first floor.
And so then the squeeze will be on the basement, how
you.
far up.
I just read it as it. Okay, I got you.
Does that? I mean, am I reading that right?
That's right.
Okay.
We have had those. There was a property on Gulf Terrace, I recall this discussion, abutting the Edina Golf Course.
Right. Yep.
And, the question was, what is customary in basements today, and
Yeah.
what are we willing to grant? It's not a pretty discussion, but we get to have the discussion, even with this change.
That's the one that came in with no hydrology report, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. I remember that one well.
Yeah, and it is more, it's a conversation that's more suited to a variance. I mean, that's basically the conversation we've been having anyway.
Okay, I was just making sure we weren't, you know what I mean, allowing it to go up because of other...
Because we realized at the beginning that the building height limitation didn't help us because people were just raising the starting point.
The building and the grades was the issue.
And then the building felt a lot taller just because they started that. And it actually felt a lot taller because that first floor entry was above their neighbors. So you comfortable with that?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Hobbs?
Yeah, I don't know if you just maybe discussed this before, but I'm just in again, the 1 foot and in paragraph B where we're talking about an increase will only be permitted if the new structure or addition fits the character. And I guess as soon as I see something like that and the subjectivity that is kind of baked into that is a little disconcerting to me. And I'm not sure if there's really a way around that, a way to quantify that in some way. But it seems we're not giving folks much of a direction as to what that might mean.
So I guess I'd have a couple of thoughts on that. One is we might be able to do without that language since the variance language kind of incorporates that, fits into the character of the neighborhood. And I would, as I analyze these, sometimes that gets into, well, if you do have to, let's say that the floodplain requires them to go 4 or 5 feet up. Well, I may not be as amenable to going all the way to your 35 feet or 37 feet or whatever it is. Maybe you got to bring that roof line down a little bit to fit in better. And I think that criteria helps make that case.
Right. I do have a question, though. Why do we any house, why do we allow it to go a foot higher?
I think it was the result of an elaborate discussion about it was McMansion 1, and
right,
somehow we landed on 1 foot, but I don't know why. It's a good question.
Why is it 1 foot? I mean, to me that automatically creates drainage problems, right? Why would we?
Yeah, you could.
You know, we can always come in for a variance,
Right.
right?
I mean, if it's going to be a variance anyway, you could do 0 feet,
You'd
I
be
suppose.
seeing a lot more variances if it
Really?
was a 0 end game. Yep.
Really?
Why would that be?
They struggle to meet the 1 foot now.
Well, why do they struggle to meet the 1 foot?
A lot of it is basement height.
And the style of current.
Well, they just don't.
Yep.
They don't want to dig down any further.
But in a lot of cases, they can't because of low water tables.
A lot of the homes were, the top of the foundation wall was too low to begin with, I have to say. Yeah. So.
Oh, because they didn't dig it deep enough, even when there wasn't a problem?
7-foot basement.
Okay. It wasn't intended as living space.
Does it still have to be a foot? Can it be 6 inches? That allow legally? I don't know. It just, sorry, but it just seems like it just, especially when houses are so close to each other. I mean, you got a mound all of a sudden, and yeah, you can talk about where the water's going to go, but guess what? It's coming down. You've got an automatic foot difference.
I guess the foot makes sense because a lot of them were 7-foot basements, and now we're thinking 8 feet. So it makes sense to keep it in an increment of about that amount. That's the most common change from that time of period of construction till now. And if they use less, great. And if they want to take it up a foot, great.
It just seems like you're automatically getting drainage issues from this. That's my opinion.
That's really just the setting of the first floor. So you may not find that the site changes all that much either, depending on how you grade it. That's just the elevation of the first floor, correct?
Right, but the side yard, if you're going up a foot from what it was, there's so many cases where it's a foot. That foot makes all the difference in the world if they were flat before, for example. Now you're up a foot and how do you, I know you can put a swale in there, but a lot of times you don't see that.
No, I think in most cases,
they just slope it down to the property line.
I think people put steps and stuff. Like if it were my house, I know I would love to have another step up to my front porch. Just our house was too low. So it wouldn't change any of the grading. It would help me be able to grade away from my house a little more. Right now it's kind of sloping in towards my house. So you set it up there. I think a lot more people now are going with porches. The Rambler style was kind of this rambling walkway that kind of connects with your driveway and slopes up, and then you have one step up to a low concrete stoop. I think most houses now are trying to elevate that, and you'll see at least 2 steps up. Very rarely just wait. Yeah.
The other,
I'm sure there are conditions, yeah.
The other thing I'm a little sensitive to is the 1 foot was settled upon after a long process. And I just would, before we would change that, I'd want to at least go back and look at what the rationale was, and if there was testimony about having trouble meeting. I mean, I just want to understand it before I change it.
I agree.
I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, it's absolute. Agree with that. So I would ask that. I don't want to say revisit it, but what was the rationale for getting us there to begin with, and how did the testimony go to make it to that point? And I understand why it happened. It was you're having people raising it up 4 or 5 feet or whatever the heck was going on, and that's obviously a lot larger issue. So in some ways, it's very good from that. I'm just asking how it got to a foot.
Yeah, and to the extent
0.
it was to the extent it was just kind of a shot in the dark and saying, well, instead of letting people do it willy-nilly, we'll give them 1 foot. But and maybe the history on it would reveal that. But.
Yeah, and it came from the task force that was back in 2006 or 7 when we were first wrestling with this idea, and I believe it was Commissioner Schroeder that came up with that the issue is really at street level, and we don't want the homes getting above. And I think the basement, the ceiling height came into play, and so it kind of originated out of that task force group. And I think the idea came from Commissioner Schroeder.
Well, then we've got some live history when at our next meeting, maybe we can ask him for a little bit of background on that.
And part of that, when the ordinance was changed too, was measuring the height from existing grade Those two ordinances kind of came hand in hand because we were seeing people bringing in dirt, putting it around the foundation just to meet the height ordinance. So it was kind of a combination of those two things.
Commissioner Platter.
And switching gears to the first one here, are we solving a problem that doesn't really exist? I mean, we have corner lots come in for variances, but I think it gives us a chance to address how they site those homes then at that point, what may be better or worse for the neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm not sure this would shorten the amount of variances that we see.
Would not?
I don't believe so. I think this is more making it clear, and I think this is getting to the intent of the ordinance that was changed back 5 years ago or so.
I don't know if anyone has any other comments on that. Corner lots are always tricky to begin with.
I mean, my only comment on it is I don't know that I just think an average front yard setback in our community is just filled with all kinds of problems because we have like 3 streets that are straight lines and then the rest are all curves. And I mean, it's either this or just abandon the whole setback thing altogether because it seems like they're all variances, and they're all variances because it's just not it. I get where it came from, but it doesn't make any sense in so many of our neighborhoods. It just isn't a good regulation.
I would agree with you. I think we see a lot more front yard setback variances now with this standard than we did when you could do the average of the block.
The average of
But yeah,
of the block, right?
Versus just the 2 adjacent ones, right?
Yeah, the previous ordinance, you had the choice. You can do the average or the average of the block. You could do the average of the homes on either side or the average of the block. But then when the lawsuit came upon us, the way it was written, the average of the 2 homes on either side didn't make any sense. So that was where the change came in.
Commissioner Scherer.
Just to keep playing off of that, the one thing this doesn't address is those situations, and we've had several in the last 18 months or so. One was on Wooddale, as I recall, where we have 2 times that even one block was in development. So we have a different configuration mid-block. We have a shift. Mm-hmm. So the house that's on the end is really caught between street, and then something that sits way back on the other side. And this doesn't, I guess we would just handle those as variance requests. You can't address everything as part of the code.
We would.
Right, and we can't do just a set flat number of feet either.
No, we can't.
Because some are 80 feet, some are 20 feet, and the neighborhoods are, the only way we would ever avoid this is if we somehow figured out how to do these character, different residential zones for different character, but even then we'd have variances,
Yeah.
so.
I think the only other, we stick with something like that, or we go back to the choice where you've got the average on either side or the average of the block. Allow that as an option.
Yeah.
Several of our commissioners, some that are not here, have, which is too bad because they'd probably like this discussion, have expressed an interest in crafting the code so that we don't have any variances. And I just don't think that's possible based on my experience on the Planning Commission. You just have to take it to your best shot, and we will deal with variances as they come.
Right.
So I could live with this, or I could live with going back to the either or. I could support either one of those options. I don't know what the pleasure of the group is.
I'd be in favor of the either or. Because you're somehow taking character of the neighborhood into account that way, right? Not somehow. You are taking character of the neighborhood.
Yeah, but is the either or a problem?
I don't believe so.
Oh, it was something about the way it was written.
Yeah, the way it was written was you were supposed to draw a parallel line between the homes on either side.
Unless it was a Tuesday and then...
Yeah, and you can't draw a parallel line to the street.
All
So.
right. Well, so how about, all right, I mean, I know we've looked at this a long time, and I feel like we should move something forward, but, well, we still have a public hearing to open here. So why don't we do that? Why don't we open the public hearing, and if you want to come forward and give us a solution, maybe? Oh, we're gonna have to use, now we have to use this. I don't know what that's like a prop or something.
Yeah, I think I might. Thank you. I guess
all
maybe
right.
I've misinterpreted the code the way I've read it. So I'm going to read you my narrative based upon the way that I understand it, because it sounds a little bit different to me.
Okay.
So we'll put a new spin on it,
Here we go.
okay? All right. I'm Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. I'm going to put a little photo here. It shows all the homes that have number 1. This one happens to be highlighted yellow, so we'll talk about that one too. It made sense to me to propose to fine-tune the code so the front yard setback of an abutting corner lot with a side yard setback and a front yard setback on a different street is not used in the calculations of the front yard setback of another abutting lot not located on the same street. You follow that. However, the code revision adds, if an abutting lot is a corner lot with a side street setback, that lot is not considered an abutting lot when establishing front street setback. There can be two abutting, right here, there can be two abutting corner lots facing the same street with side yard setbacks, yet these two lots will not need to maintain the same front yard setback, as each lot will be classified as not having an abutting lot. This will exempt certain lots from maintaining the front street setback of the abutting property on the same street. The owners of these few select lots will be given a free pass to select an optional front yard setback and will not need to maintain the neighboring front yard setback as applies to all other Edina property owners. This is unfair to the other corner lot owners and to the rest of the Edina property owners. According to the code, all corner property owners already have an advantage. They each have two buildable footprints on their lot, as the owner has the right to select which lot line will be their front line. If the owner chooses not to site his home on one of these footprints, or if his home will not fit within the footprint, then there is already a process in place to deal with this, and this is called a variance. The Planning Commission will work with a property owner so they can reasonably site and build a house. Here's what I was going to show. Since this picture here on the yellow one, that is this house right here. And here is the abutting lot. Now, according to code, the way I read it, if this lot has a side yard setback, faces a street, this yard has a side yard setback here, still faces a street, then this one is not considered an abutting lot to this one. Since the lots on this side face a different street, they're not taken into account. So this home sits alone by itself. So if they do not have to maintain the front yard setback here, then I would assume they default to the 30-foot setback standard for the city. And so that's how they would get an optional one. However, in this situation, here is the side yard or the front yard setback on this property. If you bring it across, this is one of the buildable footprints that is available on this lot. And this is 3,045 square feet. And so that would easily allow a 5,000 to 6,000 square foot house built on the lot while maintaining that front yard setback. But when they put that extra sentence in at the end, I understand it in the beginning when they say, when they add that the front street setback on the same street, the front street setback requirement shall be the same as the front street setback of the dwelling unit on the abutting lot. So this would be the abutting lot, same front street. But it says if the unit on the abutting lot, if the abutting lot is a corner lot, which this is, and it has a side street setback, which it does, then it says this lot is not considered an abutting lot to this one. So this lot stands alone. And therefore, it defaults back to the 30-foot setback in code. So I think if this is not the intent that you wish to have, I think that you need to go back and revisit. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Kind of.
Yeah.
As much as I understand any of this.
So basically what it does, it negates and says this is not an abutting property. So this guy stands alone. And this person then has a greater advantage over anybody else.
So, but my
in the
question
city.
is, what, are these is that a corner lot?
Yes, I will show you
So-
on this map.
All right, so it counts as a corner lot, but in the grand scheme of things, how much do I care on a curve like that? Whether, if I'm the neighboring property, why do I care where they are?
Well, you do care.
Why?
Okay, I'm going to show you the picture. Geez, there's a lot of ones here.
That home faces that.
Well, maybe.
Last page. Okay. The reason you would care, this house is set back 46 feet from the street. If you can go 30 feet, all of a sudden, you've got this house, instead of lining up with this one, you're turning it sideways, you're spinning it, you're bringing it down. Now this house is going to be looking at the rear of this house, which is going to be 16 feet closer, and this side's going to be 16 feet closer, whereas right here, you've got a footprint that you can build in. But if you take it to the 30, you pull it way out here. This is 46. You've got it 30 here, you've got it 30 here. In order to do that, you're going to have to rotate this house somehow, and spin it and bring it down, and it doesn't work with the neighborhood. You've already got a 3,000 square foot footprint here. So when you put the statement afterwards that says if the adjoining property is a corner lot with a side street setback, then you're saying this is not an abutting property.
All
So
right.
this one stands alone.
I think
And
we've-
that's an unfair advantage. Plus, this to begin with, a corner lot, has two footprints to build from, because you can choose which
Yeah.
will be your front lot line. However, what they need to really change in the code is currently in the code, once you've chosen what your front yard lot line will be, you do not have, and then you take your front yard setback based on that, you do not need to face your front door or site the front of your house to that
Right.
front yard setback. So I would say take out that lot is not considered an abutting lot, take that out, and do the same thing on the second one, because where you're going to run into the same situation on the same block is...
I get it.
Okay, you got it. But this one, it runs into it when it's not. According to the code, this lot here,
That's the
is-
only one that's not a corner lot.
no, but the two properties on either side are corner lots with side yard setbacks.
right.
Therefore, these do not count as abutting lots to this
All
one,
right.
and this one stands alone. So I don't know, is that the intent that they want, Carrie, to say that this lot is actually not an abutting lot?
The intent of that added paragraph was to emphasize the first part. I think even if it's taken out, it still reads the same. That was just added
I think
to
we're
our previous
chasing our
draft,
tail.
and the intent was to just reiterate that. It wasn't. I thought it was my understanding that that house on the left side, as we're looking at it on the screen,
Oh, let me,
that does face. It doesn't face that way.
which way?
Yeah, on Deaver, the home there where your hand was.
Yes,
The other one.
this
The
one?
left hand.
Yep.
This one faces Deaver.
Right. So
Well, either way.
what's shown there in purple is the buildable area for that lot.
That is correct. That is only, though, if you take the 46-foot setback from the adjoining property. And if this does not become an adjoining property, then it will default back to city code, which would be 30 feet. So I don't think that, I think it makes it muddier. I hate to see it get muddier and then have to come back and revisit again, so maybe it kind of needs to be reworked first.
Yeah, we don't
I'm
wanna-
sorry, I've gone over my red
Well, you
light.
know, that's when you stay past 10:30, you get an extra 2 minutes.
We're all moving slowly, Well, thank you for your
Yeah.
time and thank you for your patience.
Thank you for sticking with us.
And then I'll feed him dinner.
My name is Jim Groats, and I live at 5513 Park Place. And let me get this in here. I'm again, where my red pen is, I'm again coming after that same sentence. It's repeated in item 1 as well as in item 2. The last time we were here, the idea was that various homes would be classed as either item 1 or item 2. And so that one sentence would apply to them and one sentence would apply to the other. And I go through this. Number one, there aren't that many homes here. There really aren't. And then I come to this sentence, this item right here, which is this house. It's classified as a number 1, okay? But if you use that last sentence, okay, you can't count this one here, and you can't count this one because they have side yard setbacks and they're corner lots. So therefore, it's just kind of like on an island all by itself. And in this case, the 30 feet isn't going to be a problem because it's uniform throughout the neighborhood. But I can think of other lots in other parts of the town where it might be. So my suggestion is, let's just leave it the way it is. Cut out that last sentence because we aren't talking that many homes. And as the corner lots can choose their front lot line, the owners should be respectful of the neighbors, and attention should be paid to drainage and having a proper backyard setback. Lastly, I'd like to go back to the 1-foot rule, and I would ask for your consideration to please extend the 1-foot rule to side yards, because we're having that problem right now. Somebody wants to raise their grade by 2 feet, and then they want to take out this retaining wall. And we're talking about some very serious steep grades here. And, if the 1-foot rule is good enough on the front, it should be good enough for the sides as well.
I don't understand what you mean by the side.
Okay, side of the house. So if this is the house here,
It's grading.
okay, and this is the front here. This is the front. Okay, what we got here is on the sides. On the side of the houses, there is no, which adjoins the neighbors, there is no 1-foot rule there. Okay? So what you have here is there isn't much room to work with on the sides of these houses. And if these people want to bump their grade up 2 feet, see, they're doing that because they don't want to go get a variance.
The existing first floor elevation will
Not
not
be
change
changed.
on this property, but the grade on the side of the house will be elevated 2 feet.
So what they're doing is they're using that as a way to avoid getting a variance. And what I'm saying is, let's extend that to the sides, because technically, we shouldn't be trying to make these side yards a walkout or walkout-like. I mean, isn't a walkout for the back end of the house? But that's my, I would ask that be extended to the 1-foot rule as well. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Sure.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask a question. I'm confused with this. Put that picture back, please.
Yes.
The side will be raised 2 feet because they're removing the wall?
No, they're raising, what happens is, from the existing grade here, they're going to raise the dirt up 2 feet.
That, if they raise the dirt 2 feet, the height of the side of the house is based upon the proposed elevation on the side of the house. If you bring the grade up, if you bring up dirt, see, they have quite a bit of exposed foundation now.
Right.
If you bring up that dirt 2 feet, then all of a sudden you measure the height of the side of the house from the top of this dirt.
Except that we don't measure the height on the side of the house.
Yes, they do.
Our height
For side yard
for the
setback.
side yard step
For
down.
side
But didn't we
yard
get rid of
setback.
that just as an option?
As an option.
All right.
So-
So it counts only for the step back. All right.
So for the side yard setback, so then they don't require that. So this builder will bring in the dirt up by 2 feet, even though his first floor elevation will stay the same. And then when the builder takes out this other, which is over 2.5 feet, now you have 4.5 feet of drop, where currently
All right.
the grade here behind it is perfectly level.
Okay.
So now you're creating a 4.5-foot grade, so he does not have to push his house farther in.
All right.
So that's why we would ask to include the 2-foot, which I had asked in the earlier comment, to be included.
Yeah, you
with-
got it. You got into community comment on an item that was on the agenda. It was very clever.
It was on
You've had
on a
about
different
12
thing.
minutes now.
It was about a different item, actually retaining walls. So, but that's why.
Fair
we
enough.
That's why
Do
we
you know-
would like that to be included.
I would like to comment on this last one. That
Yeah.
this
Yes.
is very interesting, because one of the reasons we were talking earlier about why did we get to the 1 foot and all the rest of it is that builders are clever,
Yes.
and they were berming up lots in order to get more space in the basement and still keep the maximum height of a building. And one of our intents in adopting the 1 foot rule was to try to minimize that. This is a classic example, as you're describing it, of another bit of cleverness.
Yes.
To circumvent the code
And the
to some
buil-
degree.
And the builder told me that he will never buy a property that requires a variance because there is too much uncertainty involved.
About whether he
with
can
it.
get the variance. But
Yes.
I would say this is something we should look at, because to me, this is just a continuation of the game.
Well, all right. So
Thank you for your
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
appreciate your input.
Thank you, Commissioner Scher, for your question.
I want to circle back to that, but let me just see if there's any other public comments.
Your mic.
There's the third person here.
And then my husband.
Well, Mr. Binder might jump in on public comment too, if he doesn't fall asleep first. Mr. Crabtree, it's kind of right in the middle there. That's good, right there. Well done.
My name is John Crabtree, live at 54 Oak Lawn Avenue in Edina. Very briefly, to go back to Commissioner Platter's comments, my understanding is that developers, if they look at a property and see the height of an existing basement of less than 8 feet, will want to tear it down. That's the first thing that they look at. The next issue you have is, if you think about digging deeper into the ground, is the pitch on the existing sewer. Because if you've got to take that down, you then may well have to dig into the streets. And in some places, we have a moratorium on digging in streets. You can probably do it, but it will cost you a very great deal of money. Anyway, let's go back to the first item. And it really comes back, in my mind, is to what is the intent. We go back to the two properties that Mr. and Mrs. Groats were talking about. We've got this house here, we assume that these houses behind face a different street. They don't count. Really the question I have for you is, what's your intent? If this is a front yard setback on this house, what's your intent for the house below, to the south, which I'm pointing at here? Should it be required to line up with the house to the north, if the owner chooses to build it in that direction? Or if you read literally, and this lot presumably has a side yard setback here, front yard setback, under the rules it's written, it has a side yard setback, it doesn't count. Real question then is what's your intent there? And then how do you phrase your language in these amendments? Then, you know, the other way that this could be done, you might have a front yard setback for this house if it's spun round this way. Again, what are you really would you be intending to do in that house there? You know, in many ways, frankly, I think the way it's written right now works quite well. You, of course, you know, you do have the variance process if people wish to make changes. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Any further public comment? All right, hearing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Public hearing is closed. So here's my take. All of this underscores the need for simplicity. The more we build the Rube Goldberg, the more places there are to game it. And it's just, the limit is only creativity and ingenuity. And money. And so it does make me think that, well, first of all, I don't think we're done with this part. I don't feel like I have clarity on it yet. So in light of the hour, how about if we were to move the other two ahead? Now, Mr. Groats raises an interesting point, Mr. and Mrs. Groats, about the side yard, but that can be a separate issue on this 1 foot. That really has to do with how do you measure building height on the side yard. The 1 foot is a different story. And had the council taken our recommendation, we wouldn't have the step back on the second floor side yard setback anymore. But so that's one solution, is to, in light of the hour, you know, if we're comfortable with items 2 and 3, to move that forward, or do you want to wait on all of it and bring this back? And do you want to see how this compares to just the alternatives of average and block, which probably wouldn't be very different in the circumstances we were just talking about?
I agree with your Rube Goldberg comment.
It feels like the harder we work to clarify it, the more opportunity there is for tomfoolery.
I'm good with removing that paragraph that was added. That was added to try to make it more clear, but clearly tonight it's not more clear.
The last sentence, you mean, if in a budding lot?
Yeah. The last sentence of item 2.
So if you just struck that from both of both numbers, A1 and A2. Mm-hmm.
Oh, both of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both of them.
Strike it from both.
I think it's a slippery slope if you all of a sudden taking all these lots out of the equation.
Well, if we were to do that, are people comfortable moving forward with it like that?
I am.
All right, then somebody make a motion. Put me out of my misery.
So just one thing. So the one we were just talking about, all it really does is to say a budding lot has to face the same way, right? So it can't be the one that connects a little bit and it's on another street. Right. That can't count. That's all we're really saying, right? Okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
So I would move that we accept the zoning ordinance amendments as outlined in Planner Teague's October 8th memo with the exception that we would remove the sentence in section 36.439, 1A1 and 1A2, the end of each paragraph, that states, if an abutting lot is a corner lot with a side street setback, that lot is not considered an abutting lot when establishing front street setback.
Second.
All right, the only other question is whether on page 3 we want to eliminate B. Commissioner Hobbs had raised the question about the... Now it does, the difference here is it actually calls out height, mass, and scale as character that would be
No,
relevant.
I would not like to eliminate that.
You want to keep that?
Yeah.
I think it's certainly consistent, and it does point to the height, mass, and scale, which is the point we're trying to get at.
And we have had some interesting discussions about that on several occasions.
All right. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. All right. Progress. So that one won't come back to us for a while anyway.
Right. That side yard setback grading, measuring from existing, that might be something that we want to take a look at.
Yeah.
I think we do.
Mm-hmm.
And, the related point that Mrs. Groats raised earlier and that I've heard from other folks just about retaining walls, and we've wrestled with that before when we did some of the zoning ordinance stuff, and we never got to a satisfactory place on how to deal with retaining walls.
Yeah.
But
we got
it
the
is
setbacks
worth
and-
tackling, right?
So can we add that as an agenda?
Or add it to the work plan list of...
There you go. There you go. I think that's a good idea. All right, I've lost total track of where we are. All right, reports and recommendations. Yeah, you know what? Why don't we, can we hear from Mr. Bentner before? Can we just go out of order here? We'll do the lot division after.
We can. It looks like our applicant is
Is our applicant here?
not here.
Yeah. Was he here at one point?
I didn't
Gave up on
notice.
us?
It's a pretty... We can handle it after Mr. Bintner.
All right, why don't we do that? Why don't we shuffle the order? We'll do grading and drainage ordinance first. Sorry to keep you so late.
That's okay. Thanks for the invite.
He's going to do the Cliff Notes version of it.
I'm feeling fit. I just went home and had dinner with my family.
Oh, there you go.
Watched
Yeah,
you from
careful.
home for a while.
Careful now.
So I'll do the talking.
Mr. Bintner, welcome.
Thank you. It occurred to me while I was participating in an Edina Vision event that the most popular thing in the community is the parks. And the biggest problem that we've identified is residential redevelopment. So, commission choice here, we're with the problem solvers. All right. So I'll give you just a less than brief introduction. You all have my report and recommendation. This is the residential redevelopment process in the city of Edina is a three-departmental effort. I represent the engineering department, but we understand that we're team players in this process. Recently, we did a kind of a retrospective on this summer's implementation. We met with council early in the year to define, what their priorities were for the process improvements that we wanted to tackle and prioritize for this year. And then we wanted to see how we did this year as we brought our past practice up to the current practice, closing the gap between, the practice and the ordinance. And then really kind of step back for a second and, think, what is the problem? What is the desired outcome? And what are the service levels that we're intending to provide through this process where we review a permit application, we inspect for certain things out in the field, and we enforce if need be. So you have that summary here. I've done a little bit of work. This all resulted from a process where we brought those three departments together and we tried to, just put all the problems out there. This isn't meant to be, the last word. It's supposed to be a conversation starter. I also wanted to kind of put it in context. for the Planning Commission as well. Right now, we're still, enabling the processes through that inspection enforcement process that are reacting to the changes that were made in code last year. So we're bringing our processes up to speed with the code. So, while we are dealing with a current set of buildings out in the field that, problems are, popping up here and there, those were in review sometimes 9 months, almost a year ago. The new batch that is, part of this change through the course of the summer, are just starting to be built right now. So I want to make sure we have the right frame of reference and that you're not working on policy changes for a perceived problem without a full context of, where we've been and where we're going with the permit review process. So I've put together a few attachments to the memo that describe the service levels that we see coming out of the building inspection and enforcement process. And we note that there's the customers to this process, the builders and the nearby residents that are affected by residential redevelopment, aren't necessarily, the prime beneficiary, or our processes aren't necessarily meant to, tailored to their ends. We're organized around core services of the city, and if you look at that attachment one, we tried to put, a summary of, what are the services delivered through the building permit review process, and what are the core city services and ancillary city services that people see from the process that we run. Why do we do building code in the first place? Well, it's sound foundations and structures, and the core service of that is public safety. Similarly, flood protections, setbacks from water bodies, those lowest floor elevations, similar to an item that was on earlier in the agenda. Those are public safety issues. Drainage, grading, watertight buildings, those are all, we have those rules for a reason. And in the core service that we provide by enforcing these ordinances, inspecting the sites, is sanitation and public health. So we're trying to find those logical nexus of, what is the service that the public can expect from the permit process. And then when you think of who's engaging in that permit process, it's the builder or a nearby resident who perceives a problem. Oftentimes the process that we're going through wasn't necessarily built for their ends. So how do we communicate what we're doing? And this was just part of our, kind of our retrospective and our step back. So we propose those as a conversation starter. We obviously don't think it'll end tonight, but we wanted to at least put it in context. I can keep going or take individual questions on that, but without a cue from you, I'll just keep on running. After we did that, we looked at a retrospective of the summer 2014 changes and the direction that we were receiving from council on which things should be changed. Building shoring, parking issues, building heights and floor elevation, drainage and erosion control were all hot topics earlier in February. There were specific changes to both ordinance and process on each one of those issues. The changes that we implemented this year didn't happen without their pain points. We note, in our second attachment, not only did we solve problems, we created new ones by changing the process. Wait times for permits went up. The customer service level for the builders went down. So, it's all a balancing act. We want to make sure that we're prioritizing the next group of process improvements with a mind for where we still see gaps or we see customer service gaps emerging. And because stormwater has been a specific focus of this commission, I also went into a little bit more detail than the presentation for council last night and put together a specific water resource policy exploration just to kind of detail some of the issues under that public safety and sanitation core service level with flood protection, drainage, stormwater, clean water, sanitary infiltration, and inflow. So a lot of information to digest and kind of put it in a very condensed form. So interested to hear your feedback there, and then start to get some points on the map of what problems you still see in the field. What era of our permitting process those are coming from, and if you still perceive some gaps between the level of effort or the level of implementation in the permit review process, inspection and enforcement process, between that and code.
Thank you, Mr. Bentner. Commissioner Scherer.
I was interested in attachment number 2, the different problems identified in the process from different constituent groups. The potential process improvements to address those problems, as they're listed one at a time, are those hypotheticals? Have we initiated some of them?
Are they hypothetical?
In other words, are they? Is it, as you look at this,
Yeah.
is it just your idea of what we might do to fix it, or have we actually implemented?
So this was a part of that. Some of the items that we can do, don't require code changes. It's just a matter of how we communicate between our departments. Some of the technology, a digital plan review, I think that's an operative project that's scheduled for 2015, for example.
Okay.
The communication tools, nothing is stopping us from taking that next step. It's just, getting a sense for what the next or the most pressing problem to solve and to put our effort into.
I was particularly interested in some of the ones where you're a proposed method of addressing a problem is, creating a better checklist or some sort of better guidance and control. I mean, I think I would strongly support that we do those wherever possible, because some of these are just, as I read them anyway, interpretive issues.
Right.
And you could probably save time yourselves if there were some standard documents that could be given to builders, for example.
Yeah, and that was kind of a key portion of the memo as well. Not only communication with the applicant or with a resident nearby, but communication internally in the process. It seems like often the root of most problems has something to do with how things are communicated. So,
I thought a lot of these were great suggestions. I'd like to see you. I know it can't happen tomorrow, but do them all.
Commissioner Platter.
Did you guys do a residential checklist then? Carrie, did you have copies of that?
If you take one and pass it down. I apologize. I had intended to have that in your packet, but
that's fine.
We have worked on that.
Does that kind of mirror the commercial side then, Ross? Not exactly, but there's different requirements, of course, but from a process standpoint, is it fairly similar?
Yes.
Okay.
Short answer, yes.
Question for Ross.
Go ahead.
Ross, do you have a overall time frame for some of these things?
I don't think we do. I think the next step here is this iteration with both the commission and city council to get your perspectives on what the next issue is to solve, or where the process needs the most improvement, or what customer service aspects are lacking or don't meet the perceived service level.
So you're looking for feedback from us on sort of some of these items. Well, I think it's a great start. I really do. I think you captured what happened at that. I think a lot of it came out of that workshop that we were at. Is that right? Okay. So I, too, gravitate towards that attachment to the problems and process improvements. Maybe if there was another additional column that would kind of prioritize them, and then establish kind of a time frame for some of these, so that we can start to see which ones, at least you might feel, your department, are ones. Even priority sometimes can be based on the fact that it's just the easiest to get done. You know, it's a no-brainer. I'm going to do that right away. So we can kind of see, 1, 2, 3, what you think you can get accomplished or addressed or started. And then there will be some other ones that will be at the top just because you sense the urgency. That would be helpful to me, just to understand this better. But I do think all of them are very relevant. It might also, in this case, where you're saying what the improvements are, it could probably be fleshed out more. In this case, it's very simple. It's a standard plan sheet / guidance. What's the process? Maybe might be more of a work plan for you internally, but I think those steps need to be laid out. 1, 2, 3. Who develops that? Then it goes to where. Those kind of things, flow sheets might be helpful in sort of determining and identifying ones that are longer range and ones that can just be picked off and done very quickly.
Commissioner Hobbs.
Yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Lee, and I guess, besides just trying to prioritize, maybe that's part and parcel with prioritizing some kind of time frame, is some of these appear to be symptoms of other things. So that if you solve one problem, you're going to potentially solve others. So there seems to be kind of an order to some of these. And I guess maybe it's kind of a sorting exercise to figure out what's a source and what's a symptom, and try to address it from that perspective. And I was just curious too, the average of 100 calls a day. So who's getting 100 calls a day, or is it the team or one poor person?
So there's 2 building permit technicians that sit in the front of the building permit, Jackie and Judy, and they take all of the counter traffic and the calls and help answer a lot of them and route the others. So that's their volume. After we met with the building inspectors, residential redevelopment coordinator, and then engineering staff. Then we also met with the 2 building permit technicians so that we could get a sense of just the day-to-day as well. So,
okay. I mean, that's an extraordinary number. So
good problem to have.
Yeah.
So I still think after our work session and then discussion of that in our regular meeting on the 27th, to me, we still need, and I think this goes to Commissioner Hobbs's point about symptoms versus sources, we need a clear standard about what the obligation is for a property owner, so that you're not stuck in the middle refereeing between a builder / property owner and a neighboring property owner. And whatever call you make, one side or the other is going to be unhappy. And I just think we'd be well served to have that. Now, I'm assuming, since we don't have that it's not as easily said as it is done. Or it's more easily said than done, I mean.
Can you articulate that a little bit more? I'm not sure I understand. You have to call, or you're asking to call it the building owner, or the prospective future building.
Yeah, I want a standard that just says with stormwater, here's what you.
Gotcha.
Maybe it's. Yep. We talked a little bit before the meeting. Maybe it's you got the first inch of stormwater has to infiltrate on the site, or you have to retain all the stormwater, or right now it seems like we just don't have a clear enough standard about what's expected when you're going to build on a site to be the situation after you're done compared to when you started. And I think people expect that it shouldn't change. If I'm a neighboring property and a house goes up next to me, I feel like I shouldn't all of a sudden have water on my property because it's not my problem. I didn't build the new house, my next door neighbor did. So to me, that's the holy grail. And I know, there really aren't any places that are doing this. So it's amazing to me that they're not, and maybe that means it's harder than it sounds. But we've got to figure out a way to get to just a really clear, simple standard. And, I talked with Commissioner Hobbs and Vice Chair Platter today before the meeting, along with Carrie, just to kind of see how we might go about that. And one of the ideas we kicked around was, maybe we pursue a process much like we did for residential redevelopment, when we, in fact, what came out of that process that we didn't anticipate going into it was the whole construction management regulations, right. Because we discovered that what people were as upset about as the new house going up next to them was the construction zone they had to live through in the meantime. And while it's not perfect, we're at least making progress. Right. We adopted an ordinance, we hired a person to manage it, and we're making progress. And I think I know some of it from being in all the meetings we've been in and hearing from all of the people who are upset about things. But I'm not sure that I know all of it. And so, to me, with any problem like this, you try to first gather the facts. I think you've done a lot of that here. You try to identify what the issues are, and then you try to come up with some solutions. So I guess I'd be interested in us moving forward with kind of a committee that tries to do this and works with all three components, engineering, building, and planning, to choreograph a process. And I think we can do this process in a pretty short time. On the residential redevelopment, from the time we started that process until the time the Planning Commission moved forward specific recommendations to the council was maybe 5 months.
I think it was less than
maybe
that,
even
actually.
4 months. Yeah. And I think that's I don't know. Do you have any reaction to that, Ross?
It is more challenging than
than it sounds.
Right?
Okay.
But and it has real cost implications. You recall from our work session in late August. There's also overlapping service level, where our sanitary sewer infiltration and inflow, for example, and the want to keep water on site. While that may be very good for the house with the brand new foundation, right. Sometimes it isn't for the ones nearby. So it's technically complex, and there's very unique situations.
And I understand
that you want to apply things and then you don't. We've seen it a couple of times where on recent ones, people proposing infiltrated features on really steep forested slopes. That's more of a detriment to me than any stormwater capture that they would potentially propose there. So you need to provide that judgment on each unique site. So yeah, it is a challenge, and I think hearing from our partners, the watershed districts, who actually do enforce rules on it, and the amount of variances that they encounter for tight soils, for when you're right next to a city well and you don't want to be infiltrating in the 1 year time of capture. It's really complex.
Well, so it's hard.
Let's go after it. I'm with you.
But we just and that is going to be the tension, is trying to come up with a simple solution to a complex problem. But we just, right now, it's unsatisfactory. And it's got to be unsatisfactory for you.
You're looking for a reaction there?
No, but I just mean, it's just, we want to utilize the expertise of our resources on staff to analyze problems. But we also have to give clear direction to builders and developers about what's expected of them. Otherwise, as we talked about earlier, you just kind of figure out a way to surf it. And And there's other priorities that are higher priorities, and then that gets lost. And then pretty soon you get angry neighbors because there's water in there. And they didn't expect it either because they had a different expectation. So,
I would like to react to that. The frame of reference for that one, when I look back where we were 2 years ago or 3 years ago, and how the grading permit application, still doesn't really exist, or it hasn't been applied to a majority of sites. And our initial forays into an engineered plan on the redevelopment sites, that was nowhere 2 years ago, and now you've got an engineering technician looking at every site with those specific concerns in mind. The batch of permits that's coming out now, at least 80% of the problems that would have been problems under the current or the past practice, they won't materialize. We're still going to be in a couple of them, and there's always going to be the sensitive construction type issues, but we're avoiding a lot of issues now, and we're solving problems on that permit review process. That will be next year's crop of construction. So the problem that we're looking at and we're still hearing about, especially with some of the bigger houses, it's 16 months from permit issuance to final C of O. So,
Commissioner Hobbs.
And Ross, I know when we met, and maybe part of the good news in this is that we do have a lot of information about how the city works and where water goes. I think maybe part of that is also just really articulating with everyone kind of what the plan is for the city when you redevelop an area and how this fits. And I think you're right. You're doing a lot of great things now in terms of how you're doing the permitting that maybe wasn't in place in the past, but being able to put that in the context of the bigger picture and how that works for the city and how that focuses down to what it really means to a landowner, an individual area. I think that's what's important, is to be able to get that across. And I think part of the process that the chair was talking about will help to do that.
Commissioner Platter.
Well, I was going to add on the same thing, at least, from the city standpoint. I mean, you know where your issues are in the city, right, with stormwater overall, or a lot of them. And how do we address this to address that also? I mean, just a quick napkin sketch, we've done 600 or 700 of these homes in the last 5-6 years. That could be 200 or 300 acres that we changed with really not a plan to do that and what that does. If you did a development that big together, you would, of course, do all that. But these incremental things, and it really is added up over time, not just from the neighbor's perspective, but from the city perspective as to how much more stormwater you're going to have to deal with too, or all of us, as a public infrastructure that these incremental buildings have done to us. So how do we get both at that point and then also at the individual level and making sure the adjacent homeowner isn't affected? So I think there may be a couple components of this that need some more clarification or need some more standards.
I think that comment really brings to mind for me that it's really important to solve these both on a process level within staff with really good communication with the policymakers, because especially for the amount of impervious surface, we've started to look at that on a policy side for our general infrastructure.
Probably spooky, wasn't it?
Yeah, going from 20% overall impervious to 40% overall impervious has real flood protection implications.
And we have done that?
Right. So a lot of cities will hard cap impervious surfaces. And hard cover calculation is an impervious calculation. But with the amount of things that don't count here, driveways.
We have lot coverage. There's all kinds of.
It's only the patio, and the pool doesn't count.
Right.
5-foot decking. We've got to do a separate calculation for impervious surfaces. In some places that doesn't matter. You might be able to go to 100% impervious surface, but that also has a lot of policy connotation for the character and the scale of the neighborhood too. Do we want to have everything paved? I think we like the open spaces and treed lots. And
But at the same time, to me, I think we're agreeing, but it's a little unfair to all the residents to have to pay for people that haven't done anything with stormwater, created all this impervious surface, right?
Right.
It adds up over time, and that's what we're seeing right now is those pieces. So whether it's a cap on impervious surface per site or some other things that could be done along with that, I think we need to dive into that and get some standards. Again, back to the point of helping our stormwater situation as well as making it clear to our builders and whoever we're stakeholders that here's what we're requiring and here's why it is.
Well, I've already got 2 different studies and reports that are kind of talking to this issue, and I think sitting down with a group of policymakers here and kind of digging into the details so we all understand it would be a good first step.
Okay. Commissioner Scherer, I had passed you by, sorry.
We've moved on a little bit, but I think for the purposes of when we're looking at constituent groups, for the purposes of those that might be listening at home or different citizens, I think it's important to understand to really reflect on a point that Russ was making earlier, which is we have many new policies, practices, procedures. They are not all implemented instantaneously by the city council or by ourselves for staff to be dealing with. If Chris were still here, she would laugh. I tend to drive around town and I see things that look contrary to what I understand our decisions to have been. I call her immediately and I suggest that she needs to look at house at X address, and she will inform me that the permit for that tear down and reconstruction was issued a year prior or 6 months prior to the implementation of the particular item that I'm concerned about as I look at the house. I don't know that all of our citizens understand that. There are implementation dates for many of the new developments and changes in policy and practice, and staff can only operate within those implementation dates. So I just want to make that point. But that being said, I really appreciate directionally where we're going. I appreciate a lot that you and your staff have been doing, Russ. I want to thank you for that.
So I think what I'd like to do, with the permission of the commission, is have Commissioner Platter and Commissioner Hobbs, and if there's others who are interested in joining them, kind of take on this some leadership on this task. And I know, for instance, on the residential redevelopment process that Commissioner Platter was one of the leaders of. There was an initial phase where you met with staff, and then you met with builders, and you met with residents.
Just key stakeholders to see where there's alignment and where there isn't alignment. And it was, say for that one, it was quite eye-opening.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah, so funny when you talk to people, you find out stuff. So, I mean, if Commissioner Lee, Commissioner Scherer, if you find that direction acceptable?
I do.
How did you referred to an earlier process when you did it for the tear down of the homes and it resulted in the new position. What was that? Was it a work group, a committee? How did you form that?
So on that one, it was Commissioner Forrest and Commissioner Platter and Commissioner Potts who basically designed the process and then implemented it and then reported back, and then we took action on recommended changes to the zoning code and recommended them to the council. Yeah, and actually the requirement that there be a professional engineer signing off on a drainage plan was part of that. And the construction management plan kind of came off of that even before it got back to the Planning Commission. Staff had kind of recognized
it. They did that one right away after some of the recommendations came through. And hey, these are like kind of your sense on priorities. These are easy ones to pick off, really, like noise ordinance or noise hours. Hey, we can do that right now. Versus some of the longer ones tend to be with all the setbacks or the heights or, that needed more study and more public input onto those things.
So then would this be a model then that Ross would work within or that...
Yeah, I guess what I would say is we, I kind of see us as the, we're almost the go-between, we're the I mean, we're the policymakers, or we're advising the policymakers, and so we need to kind of understand all the people who are being touched by this system, from a staff level, from a builder level, from a resident, neighbor level, and what are the concerns, what's happening, how do we understand it, and then try to make see if there's any recommendations on a legislative basis that we can make. Some might end up being, staff recommendations. But we would make those then to the council, and the council can kind of pursue as they see fit. So.
I think that sounds like a good plan. I don't need to throw myself in the mix if we've got
You
other
get your hands full.
people here.
Well, and we can ask our other members as well. We're a little short tonight, but we can circulate that word, and maybe Carrie and I will work on kind of circulating that to the full commission so that others who weren't here tonight are aware of it.
I think it would be important to put some resident members as part of that mix as well, whether you just have them come participate and share some information, or actually be part of that group, that work group.
And picking up on Commissioner Lee's experience, this has continued to evolve as we now are working with Valley View Wooddale, and you and Commissioner Forrest and Karen Kurt. There might be some twists on what you did at the residential redevelopment that you may want to incorporate into some kind of process. So I think the idea is to have the two of you lead it and bring it back to us as you see need to update and get input.
Sounds good.
Terrific. Ross, thank you for staying up with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
And good work. All right, so now we're back to the lot division. Somebody want to make a motion? You can introduce it if you want. You probably should, but okay.
Okay, I'll go quick. This is a lot division that's proposed for an existing duplex lot. This is located on 49th Street. This is an area where we're seeing a lot of redevelopment, tear down, rebuilds of duplexes in the neighborhood. This was one that the Planning Commission approved a variance for because the lot was substandard just within the last few months to build a new townhome on the property. This is a quick look at that, if you recall that a few months ago. So what the applicant would like to do is similar to what was done next door and another large duplex to the south, just do a party wall subdivision of the property. A quick look at the existing site. It's currently under construction. There's the home that was torn down and rebuilt a couple of years ago. Variance there, and then they did that party wall lot division as well. Property would be constructed with a firewall to separate the two separate utilities on both sides. Those are the two essential requirements to make sure that each lot can be sold individually there and have the fire separation between the two and separate utilities. Again, the site's all zoned R2. With that, staff's recommending approval of that lot division. And I can stand for any questions.
Do you have a full site plan? Was this the one with the sidewalk or the driveways on both sides that ended up having the rain garden in the back?
I believe it was just a driveway on one side, but it did wind around to the back.
Okay, I'm thinking of, there's another one in there too that...
There was another one that was proposed to have a proposal for a tear down of a single family home and put a duplex on it on this property right here. That was actually denied by the city council. That had two driveways going to the back.
That was the 3923.
Correct.
Right, but which was the one where Ross came in, they recommended the rain garden in the back? That's not this one?
Didn't it just have one driveway? Yeah,
right, I was just trying to
one.
Line it up. Okay,
yep.
Thanks.
Other questions? This is not a public hearing.
Not a public hearing.
So, Commissioner Lee.
I just need some background on this. So all existing two-family duplexes right now, they're sitting on a single lot? Is that right? The existing ones, like, that we're used to. So the city has approved lot splits because these are now seen as individual homes, and so the homes also want the land underneath to be assigned to the homes. Is that correct?
That's correct. This neighborhood's not unique. All of our R2 districts, for whatever reason, some of them have done that party wall split. Some exist as one lot with a duplex on it.
Well, if they exist as one lot with a duplex on it, and the homes are owned by two different owners, who does own the property? How does that work?
What you'd be approving is essentially a subdivision. So we're creating two legal descriptions. So each side would own their half.
Right, but when they're not divided, basically there's only one owner.
There's one owner.
Yeah. So part of the reason to divide them is to split up the ownership.
Okay.
Yep.
I would make a motion to approve this subject to the staff conditions and findings that this lot be split.
Second.
Further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. It's approved. All right. Work plan 2015. Commissioner Platter and I had the chance to visit with the City Council at their work session last night. It was a truncated work session, so that all of the boards and commissions reviewed their work plans with the City Council in like 45 minutes. Which
6 minutes each.
6 minutes apiece, yeah, something like that, for a year's worth of work. But we did have a good discussion and kind of caught them up, and I actually think I was thinking of it tonight because, we've spent some time at the end of the meeting on legislative kind of policy issues. And what I said to them before I started in on all those things is we have this ongoing set of issues that we have to respond to, that we don't have a choice about, that are applications for approvals. And tonight was just a great example of it. Sometimes that takes a lot of our bandwidth before we're able to roll up our sleeves and get into these other issues. But we did talk at some length about the grading and drainage that we've spent some time talking about tonight. And then the other issue that came up was the whole issue of residential redevelopment in the Southdale area. And we have talked about that on a number of occasions at the commission here, starting, I think, the night we were looking at the comprehensive plan and trying to figure out density, when we realized that the 2008 version of the plan didn't really have residential density figures in the Southdale area. And, we've had 3 projects that are pretty sizable, a 4th if you consider 6500, 5th if you consider 66 West, plus the sketch plan on 7200 France, all come in front of us in the last year and a half or so. And while I guess I just feel, and I think the council agreed with us, that there's a need to really start thinking about what kinds of principles and concepts we need to be applying as this moves forward, because it feels like a comprehensive plan discussion. It feels like the kind of discussion that you have a nice long, 2-year community engagement process on, but the development is at the door. And we don't have 4 years to wait for a comprehensive plan. So I would like, although we have a lot on our plate, I would like to have us spend a little bit of time thinking about how we can engage the stakeholders on this issue to start to get a better idea of a direction, at a minimum, on things like the planned unit development applications we get in front of us, to be able to apply some principles to those, so that we're making it clear to developers what we expect in return. We had another one tonight where we kind of had that discussion. So to that end, I don't want to spend, we're at the late hour now, but I was hoping that we might do a work session before our next meeting. When is our next meeting? The 22nd?
22nd.
22nd of October, maybe do a 5:30 or a 6 o'clock work session. I don't know if that's something that people can do, but I'd like to try and do that and have kind of a roundtable, kind of like we did. I kind of like this pattern on the grading and drainage issues. We had that work session, and then when we recapped it in our regular meeting, I think it was a nice summary, and it gave us some ideas that we now are moving forward with on that. And I'd like to do the same on this redevelopment in the Southdale area.
You know,
Commissioner Lee.
The other great thing was when that workshop was open to the public, when a workshop's open to the public, some of those members stick around for a meeting, and they were able to make the comments, which I thought was captured real nicely. It's all kind of in this, our mind is already in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
It's very relevant. They're reacting to something they heard or what maybe was missed in our discussion. So they wanted to bring it up. So I think that is a nice format.
Yeah, and to be clear, they always are open. So
Yep.
And I think the rationale for it is it's kind of more of a roundtable, free flowing, as opposed to a more formal on the dais. And I think it does facilitate some exchange of questions and comments and thinking, and we can get appropriate staff people there to be able to talk about it. It might be a meeting that Bill Neuendorf, we might want to have him be part of too.
I was going to say the two things that are ongoing right now, or maybe ongoing, the city's doing a utility study for that area, right? The Southdale area.
Utility and traffic.
Yeah, I was going to say the utility, and then the Transportation Commission actually has on their work plan a traffic study or studies of that area. So that could kind of come together nicely with that. They're not going to be done for a while, but nevertheless, they'd be an important piece of that.
Good. So if you can send out to the commission maybe tomorrow, I don't know, what do you think, 6 o'clock or 5:30? 6 o'clock, fine. It gives us 45 minutes to discuss it before the regular meeting.
I had something show up on my calendar. I don't know if this is just a remnant. I had tree ordinance workshop.
Oh, yeah.
For the 22nd at 6 p.m.
That's on the 21st.
So it's the day before.
That's a work session with the council. So the council, so the tree ordinance that we proposed, and that they then, did they send it back to us and then we sent it back to them? Or I think that's how it worked. Okay.
The council didn't take action on it.
The council did not take action, wanted
and
to have
they,
a work session.
And they want to have a work session.
And it's
in July, then in August.
Right, it's been pushed.
Now October.
So that is one that all members of the commission are certainly encouraged to attend. The idea is to try and talk about what we've proposed there and help the council understand what our objectives were. Yeah,
that would be good.
Okay. All right, very good. So we'll do that for 6 o'clock, I think is fine, on our meeting on the 22nd. Correspondence and petitions, we have the attendance sheet. I will say, and I'll if Commissioner or Councilmember Bennett is a devoted viewer of our commission meetings, and if she has lasted this long, she will get kind of a mea culpa from me, because last night one of the questions she raised is sometimes it seems like your meetings don't have that you've had as few as 5 people attending your meetings, and I said that only happened once, and then of course one night later here we are with 5 people. So I think and the August one was kind of an alignment of a whole bunch of different planets that with vacation and everything happened. And tonight I think it was travel and illness and some other things. But it might be her point was, is the plate too full, and are we starting to wear people out? And so
we do meet twice as often as any other commission.
Yes. And so she was suggesting, is it time to go back to to boards of zoning appeals and the like. And I said I don't think so, because I think the same reasons we abandoned that, which were inconsistency and forum shopping and the like, still were valid. But it might be something for us to think about, and I just wanted to pass that comment along, especially in light of the fact that we once again tonight only had 5 members. Yeah.
Not wanting to drag this on, but I real briefly would like to say, I would not, having lived through both phases, I wouldn't like to go back. I don't think it's recommended. And the reason is, when we have a discussion tonight, such as we were having with Carrie about policy issues, I think we are all more in alignment, and we have more examples at hand when we've all experienced the same variance discussions. When we had multiple zoning boards and 2 of us served on each one with other members of the community, that part was nice, that there were other members of the community involved. But it meant that the first 4 meetings when we were looking at a code change seemed to involve everybody getting on the same page, and that doesn't need to happen anymore.
Right.
And I really appreciate that, I think, about the current arrangement.
And maybe there's ways, one thing I thought about before the meeting tonight is maybe there's ways to try and do scheduling so that the legislative things end up not always waiting until we've slogged our way through, 6 public hearings. And I understand we have to do the public hearings, but just sometimes tackling those when we're a little fresher might be a benefit too.
Of course, we only had 1 meeting in September, so
that's
it all
true.
Piled up here.
That's probably the result of just 1 meeting. Okay. All right. So, Chair and Commission comments. I don't have anything more to say. Anyone else? Commissioner Scherer.
On the week of Thanksgiving, do we know what our plan is?
Good catch. We are scheduled to meet the night before Thanksgiving. If we could really stretch it, we could maybe make it all the way into Thanksgiving morning. I think we should just not have that meeting. Is that?
We've traditionally canceled it if it was running up against that week. But.
Yeah, it will likely mean a heavier meeting in December, but
Right.
we don't have a second meeting in December either.
Oh,
so.
really? Well, I just think that night is going to be problematic. So
Yeah.
if
For
we
constituents as well as commissioners.
True.
I won't be here.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we need to do another meeting somewhere in November and December, I think we'll just have to figure out a special meeting time. Maybe you can keep us apprised of where we are on calendar and
Sure.
workload.
There's no development proposals that are counting on that date, so I'll be
right.
able to inform anybody that comes in to work around that.
Well, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you.
And if there's no objection, I'd just ask Carrie to send out a note reminding everybody.
Yeah.
Other comments from the commission? Staff? Thank you all. Jackie, Jordan, Carrie, Ross. Well, you got a break, so you don't get quite as... and
nice
thanks to the public for being here, well, to the bitter end,
Wow.
Amazing.
All right, so with that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
You sure you don't want to just milk it till Thursday?
You could get another 15 minutes.
So moved to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.